不是你想失去的，你声音要关掉。
你现在收看的是由广告组成的广告，广告呈现我们的商业活动，广告呈现我们的欲望与生活。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DigiAsia 2020, the Asian Federation of
大家好，早上好。
Thank you for the invitation to join you at DigiAsia. My name's Neil Stewart.
Test 1. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1. Test 1. Two. Test 1. Test 1, 2. Test. One, two, three. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1.
Ồ, Phi, sen.
Test 1. Test. Test 1, 2, 3.
是的，现场的嘉宾们，大家早安，大家好，非常欢迎各位。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DigiAsia 2020. Our program will begin momentarily. Because of the bad weather in Taipei, we were going to begin the program in 10 minutes. Please turn off your mobile phone or set it to the vibration mode. And our program will begin momentarily. Please take your seat. Thank you.
是的，现场所有的长官。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to DigiAsia 2020. Our program will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to DigiAsia 2020. I'm Stephanie. I'm the moderator of this event. I want to welcome all of you to participate in our program today. I think you know that due to COVID-19, this year in DigiAsia, we will organize event with online versus offline. From the beginning video, you can see that in today's program, we have invited famous speakers around the world. They will be gathering here to talk about the opportunities and development for the global industries. And for our program today, we will be live streaming on the internet, so everyone in the world will be able to participate in today's forum, so that we can all be able to see the pride and honor presented by the advertising circle in Taiwan. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers and also the VIPs. So first we'll have a representative from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Also, I would like to thank a lot of associations, including AFAA, TAAA, KAAA, IAA, 4A, MAA, TIPRIA, DMA, as well as important experts in the industry for your support. Due to the influence of COVID-19, we know that it's important for us not to shake hands. So we can actually bow to each other instead of shaking your hands. So first of all, we were going to see an advertisement which is titled Embracing Again.
你现在收看的是由广告组成的广告。广告呈现我们的商业活动，广告呈现我们的欲望与生活。在广告中，我们握手、亲吻、拥抱，那是我们的体温，那是我们的欢乐与悲伤，我们的学习与成长， 脆弱与自信，野心与斗志，孤独与合作，信任与承诺。那是我们的友情、亲情、爱情。我们从那里建构了我们的文明。而瘟疫是什么？瘟疫瓦解了我们的聚会，瘟疫剥夺了我们的生活，瘟疫让成千上万的人孤独面对死亡，瘟疫让我们恐惧、贫穷、绝望。瘟疫禁止我们温暖的掌心相互握手，瘟疫让相爱的恋人无法拥吻，瘟疫使父亲不敢拥抱他的孩子，瘟疫夺走我们的体温，也夺走我们感受他人体温的权利。瘟疫试探我们的人性，瘟疫向我们的文明宣战。这是一场守护文明的战争，文明正在世界各地崩解。我们因此体会到，诚实必须胜利，信任必须胜利，互助合作必须胜利，智慧与勇气必须胜利，爱必须胜利，文明必须胜利。我们终将在战胜的那一天，热烈的握手。我们一定会亲吻彼此，我们一定会再次拥抱。
Could I see you again, hand in hand, sit beside me to the end.
是的，现。
So after seeing the video, did you all feel very touched? I believe that we will win over COVID-19. We'll be able to brace each other again. So I showed the video. I saw a lot of people, more and more people showing up in today's event. And next, I would like to thank our representative from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. I want to thank a lot of experts for supporting our event. So you'll be able to participate in this forum online and offline. Actually, there are a lot of viewers online who are expecting to see what's going to happen today. So we provide English and Chinese interpretation. So please switch to the language channel that you need. So before we begin the program, first of all, I would like to invite Chair of AFAA Su Xiong, Raymond Su, to say a few words. Now let's welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DigiAsia 2020. The Asian Federation of Advertising Associations organize DigiAsia in Taipei every 2 years, and we gather together experts and professionals from around Asia to share insights and look at trends in digital communication. This year, we're faced with an unprecedented challenge of the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. This pandemic has granted everybody lockdown business and also created big negative impact all around the world. We have to relook at the way we do business, we look at the way we interact with people, and we look at the way that we live our daily lives. So people call it the new normal. And this new normal is something that we have to cope with and adapt to. While there are many negative impacts of the new normal or created by the pandemic, I can see that we also would look at new opportunities. This new opportunity comes from speeding up the development and application of digital technology in our life. So we are now in an era, in a time of transformation. We need to transform ourselves in order to capitalize on this opportunity. And DigiAsia 2020 will look at this transformation. We have invited a number of experts to share their view, their insight, and their experience on how we can capitalize on this transformation and find new ways to cope with it. So I hope, based on their experience and based on their recommendation, you can find new ways to do business, new ways to improve your business, and also live a good life during or after pandemic. Now, last but not the least, I would like to thank TAAA to host DigiAsia under such difficult time. They have done a great job putting together the program. And I also would like to thank all our friends joining us online from around Asia to make DigiAsia successful. I hope we can gather together physically again in DigiAsia 2022 to celebrate our victory over the pandemic. I wish everyone good luck, good health, and stay safe, stay strong. Thank you.
是的，我们也掌声来谢谢 Raymond， 他特。
So please put your hands together to thank Raymond for recording this video. And now I would like to invite the chair of the organizing committee Evan Dunn to say a few words.
谢谢。
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, lots of participants online and offline. We see a lot of customers, we see a lot of sponsors. I want to thank all the speakers for coming to today's event. Please give yourself a big applause, a big round of applause. This is really not easy. We're able to organize such a huge event in Taiwan with such a large turnout. So I want to thank, of course, I want to thank the Ministry of Economic Affairs for their support. Also, I want to thank a lot of associations for making this event possible. And also, we have a lot of speakers today and a lot of sponsors who make this event possible. Thank you very much. And this year, I know that lots of us are facing this big challenge, the impact brought by COVID-19, for example, the economic turndown and the stock market, and lots of companies are closed, and lots of us have to stay at home, and spending is restricted. Lots of impact has been brought by COVID-19, so our life is very different now. So we have to, get our temperature taken. We have to wash our hands. We have to wear face masks. So people pay attention to our health. So this is something that we have never lived before. So in such inconvenience of today, however, we see a lot of heartwarming things happening. For example, in Taiwan, at the peak of COVID-19 in Taiwan, where there was a shortage of masks. And there are people who say, it's okay for me to take my mask later. You can use your mask first. So when we are lining up to buy masks, when it's difficult for physically impaired people who are unable to get to buy a mask first, so people are willing to give them the priority to buy masks. So with the support of the public, we're able to get a mask application. And also, when the first day, when there was no zero confirmed case in Taiwan, that was the first time, we see that the Taipei's Grand Hotel actually showcased that on the building's facade. So in the midst of many challenges. I believe as long as we can stay together, we can work together, we use our empathy and sympathy along with our creativity, we'll be able to, of course, claim our victory over the pandemic. We'll be able to embrace each other again. So in today's forum, we see lots of experts, speakers from different industries who are talking about the opportunities in COVID-19. We talk about creativity. I talk about empathy. With these two in combination, we'll be able to claim our victory. So today, there are a lot of friends from Asia.
I meet you in physical way in Taiwan, but I feel so lucky we can meet together in a modern way. The modern way is a virtual way. So this year, I want to thank to the technology can let me still make the DigiAsia happen in this very difficult time. And I believe we can meet again in next DigiAsia in the physical way. I think this is very important. And I promise next time when I meet you, I want to give you a very, very big hug. So everyone, stay healthy and stay strong. Let us to face this challenging time, and I think we can make whole the situation can transform to the new way. Thank you, everyone, to join this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan, for your opening remarks. Like what Evan said, in today's program, we invited a lot of speakers. They either come here in person or they pre-recorded the videos to share with you. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Haku Hotoko, Kantara-san. Kantara-san will use his pre-recorded video to give us the first keynote presentation today, Purpose, People, Plot, and Program.
Maybe we just give him a big applause so that we can hear him.
那么我们今天会有几支影片，那都。
So today we're going to play a few videos sharing topics from various aspects. For example, today we're going to talk about the future opportunity under the impact of COVID-19. Okay.
大家好，早上好。Good morning, everyone. I'm Kentaro Kimura, Chief Creative Officer of Hakodo International and Grow Group. I'm very glad to be here as the kickoff speaker for DigiAsia 2020. Unfortunately, I'm not be able to be in Taiwan. As you may know, the COVID situation in Japan is slowly improving. People have started to commute their offices and also travel more inside Japan. But of course, it's still not as good as the situation in Taiwan. The last time I visited Taipei was in February this year, just before international.
So this pretty much represents the difficulties and challenges we're facing right now, especially we as professionals in the advertising world. We're doing everything we can, trying different ways to share information, to reach more audience.
大家好，
Let's try again.
早上好。 Good morning, everyone. I'm Kentaro Kimura, Chief Creative Officer of Hakodo International and Grow Group. I'm very glad to be here as the kickoff speaker for DigiAsia 2020. Unfortunately, I'm not be able to be in Taiwan. As you may know, the COVID situation in Japan is slowly improving. People have started to commute their offices and also travel more inside Japan. But of course, it's still not as good as the situation in Taiwan. The last time I visited Taipei was in February this year, just before international traveling was prohibited. And at that time, I was so impressed how effectively Taiwanese people were fighting against COVID-19. And soon I wrote my company blog that everybody in every country should learn from Taiwan. Last month, I gave some speech at conference in Japan in which your Digital Minister of Digital, Audrey Tan, also spoke, and he talked about how to tackle COVID-19. He is now a very popular speaker in Japan, and we are learning a lot from you in Taiwan. So, thank you very much. Okay, the theme of this year of DigiAsia is a transformation under the new normal. Transformation. Yes, we have been, and will be in the midst of a big change, a huge transformation of our lifestyle, of our working style, the form of industry, as well as marketing communications. So what is and what will be the new normal? Maybe it will be if we compare to the old normal. So does anyone know what the old normal was and what the new normal in the future will be? Anyone? Anyone? No. No one knows what the new normal will be, simply because nobody can predict exactly what is in the future. Harvard Business School professor Len Schlesinger said, "All your actions need to be experimental." In other words, we shouldn't just decide the future. Going forward, everything should be experimental, and we'll see what the new normal is after 2 or 3 years. So the only thing we can do now is to focus on what's happening, what's changing at this moment. And from that, we can forecast and imagine what will happen in the future, and that may be the new normal. So tell me what kind of changes you have experienced in your lifestyle or working style since the beginning of COVID-19. Maybe wearing mask, washing hands with alcohol, or measuring body temperature, working from home, partying on Zoom, shopping online. A lot of things have accelerated due to COVID-19. For me, when it comes to my private life, I started cooking. I had been a typical once or twice a year camping cooking guy. But since I started working from home every day, I started cooking various dishes, buying recipe books online, studying nutrition, and bought new pottery, and finally, a new high-tech refrigerator. Then I started a new habit of cooking healthy soups in 10 minutes every day, cutting the ingredients for 5 minutes and zapping them into a microwave for 5 minutes. I can cook and enjoy these soups in between the meetings. As a result, I slimmed down and lost 5 kilos. And so I did all the figures of my recent medical checkup drastically improved. They are now almost perfect. Hopefully, this will be my new normal, and it wouldn't have happened without COVID-19. All right, let's get back to our business. Now, what's the ongoing transformation in marketing and communication? Today, I'd like to talk about 4 hypothesis transformation from the old normal way to the new normal way by forecasting and focusing on what's happening at this moment. What's the new normal method we usually go with when we think about creating a communication campaign for some brand? Okay, firstly, we focus on the product. What kind of function or benefits or price that can meet the target needs, and what can be differentiated from the competitors. Then normally we set the target audience. Who are the potential customers and what are their perceptions, insights, and behavior. Then we develop the message. This is the proposition. This can be the proposition or the key messages, slogan, which demonstrates the product in the most attractive way and grab the insights of the target audience. Then finally, we create advertising. Film, printers, outdoor ads, digital interactive ads, point of purchase, and so on, as well as developing the best execution ideas and the best media plans. These are the normal ways we have done communication planning, and they will continue to be the normal way in the marketing communication field. But we believe this is quickly becoming to the old normal. And COVID-19 has been accelerating this change. Now, let me introduce new way of thinking, what we call new 4P. Purpose, people, plot, and program, which will drive transformation under new normal. Firstly, in regards to product-oriented thinking, it is becoming more and more difficult to differentiate brands by their functions, benefits, or price. Moreover, millennials and Gen Z, Generation Zs, are often easily satisfied by the product. They select their brand not by the product's functional value, but more by its invisible values such as belief, social role, and authenticity. That is brand purpose. Purpose is a North Star for the brand, which indicates the direction of the brand. We believe product-oriented thinking should be transformed into purpose-oriented thinking. Now, please have a look at the famous TED speech by Simon Sinek.
Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out.
When I was in my 20s, I traveled in India for 3 months and stayed at a yoga and meditation ashram and at the foot of the Himalayan mountain for 3 weeks. besides training yoga and meditation, we had a lecture every morning from the guru who was the Hindu yoga master. And one of the most impressive lectures I remember receiving was that every person has his or her own purpose in life and reason to be born. But it's not easy to understand what the purpose is. And he also said that every religion is in fact climbing up the same mountain. That the goal and the summit is enlightenment, happiness, and peace. The goal is the same, but the route is different. So people sometimes fight each other because they can't see the other side of the mountain. I think it's the same with brand purpose. Every company and every brand are climbing up the same mountain. The goal is to make our society better. But the route is different. And it's not easy to understand why the brands are doing their businesses. Once they find their North Star, the functional value of their product and all the activities will have a bigger meaning. And they will find and connect with their true customers. The belief they want to support, that's purpose. Secondly, what is new normal thinking instead of target-oriented thinking? The term target is originally a war term, battle, strategy and tactics, bombarding the target with huge budget mass advertising and attacking the competitor's brand and occupying the market. That's not a peaceful way of doing business, right? So focusing on what's been happening in recent years, for example, Brexit, the clash between Republicans and Democrats in US, China-US trade war, Black Lives Matter. The world has become divided, and people are deeply frustrated by this. And this year, due to COVID-19, we can't meet each other freely anymore. People need to be connected communally and want to find local happiness just around the corner, from I to we. A strong sense of community is being accelerated by COVID-19. This is why target-oriented thinking should be transformed into people-oriented thinking. We define people as a group who agree on and resonate with the brand purpose. It's not the target audience we give attention to. It's the community of loyal users, which includes not only frequent buyers but also brand lovers and supporters who talk about the brand with other people. So marketing should transform from hunting new customers to building and supporting brand fan communities, and moving from short-term relationship to building long-term relationships. The community they want to join, that is people. So number 3, message. What is the new normal thinking if message-oriented thinking has become the old normal? Let's think of the recent big changes in audience attitudes. It's shifted from passive to active. Messages on ads and stories on contents are quite different. A message on ad is something that forces people to watch, whether they want to or not. There are often passive methods of reaching the audiences. Stories on content, on the other hand, have the power to make the audience want to watch again and share and engage with the brands. Ads conveying messages can often result in blank stares, especially if ad doesn't reach the customer on a personal level. On the other hand, story on content can engage much more attention to the message, can be watched at any time, enjoyed multiple times, and maybe share-worthy too. So we need to transform our marketing communication mindset from message-oriented thinking to plot-oriented thinking. Imagine if you heard a rumor that a treasure chest is hidden on the isolated island and a map has been found. You would want to talk to someone, right? Plot is the story they want to talk about. So please write a plot on the brand, not the message. A message is one-way communication, but plot is two-way communication because plot stimulates people's imagination and hopefully they themselves can create their own story about the brand. In his book *Sapiens: A Brief History of Humankind*, the author Yuval Noah Harari said that humans are the only animal that believes in imagined reality. Examples are money, empire, and religion, each of which was created by our imagination. There are stories we all believe and have made us prosperous. Creating plot is a great human attribute that creates and drives our desires. Story that they want to talk about, that's the plot. The last one, from advertising-oriented thinking to what? Look at the global brand ranking for 2020 by Interbrand. The top 4 are service platform brands. And under COVID-19, the top 3 brands have drastically increased their brand value. And a lot of product manufacturers are trying to transform into service providers. I think this is because people prefer experiences rather than products. Thinking about plot again, imagine that you got the map, actual map to the treasure. It's no longer a rumor. Now, you want to go on an exciting journey and participate in that treasure hunting experience. I mean, simply put, the plot creates the desire to experience. That is program. So the last one is changing from advertising to program-oriented thinking. Program can be a community platform like a playground of owners. It can be a content platform like the subscription services of movie or music. And it can be the service platform like the healthcare total curriculum. It is continuing the relationship much longer than just purchasing the product. Experience that they want to participate in, that's the program. So let me conclude my presentation. When all industries are shifting from old normal to new normal, the conventional ways may not be able to work anymore as before. That's why it's time we should start new thinking to find unimagined ways. Purpose instead of product. That is a belief they want to support. People instead of target. That is a community they want to join. Plot instead of message. That is a story they want to talk about. And program instead of advertising. That is an experience they want to participate in. We call it marketing new 4P. That is purpose, people, plot, and program. These 4 transformations, we believe, will be the key opportunities in the marketing communication field under the new normal. Let's make the journey together to discover unimagined ways with these new 4P thinking. I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimura-san.
Thank you. Well, some of the speakers actually present their presentation in a pre-recorded video. So I think that kind of format is still quite interesting. The topic of today's forum is transformation. Although we went through some technical issues, we were still able to present the program without problem. And for our next speaker, we have Neil Stewart from Facebook. His title is Same or Different? How is this economic downturn different from before? Now let's watch his
Thank you for the invitation to join you at DigiAsia. My name's Neil Stewart from Facebook. As you can tell, I can't be with you today. Like a lot of people from overseas, we're unable to travel. And in fact, worse than that, I am currently, as I'm recording this, locked in Sydney in a hotel on day 9, I think, of my 14-day quarantine to be allowed back into the country. So I'm going a little bit crazy at the moment. But hey, I am here to share with you some perspectives on what's going on economically, business-wise, and certainly through the lens of Facebook, who I work with. But the name I gave to this talk was same or different. So what are we experiencing? Are we experiencing something that's unique and different because of the circumstances of this downturn? Or are we seeing some things that we've actually seen before? So I just wanted to start by sharing a perspective which you could probably tell from this video, which is I have lived through a few downturns before. And if the economics theorists amongst you would describe that a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, we're certainly experiencing that in major parts of the world. I've shown on the graph on the screen there sort of the impact of these downturns over the S&P 500. You can see the dot-com crash in 99-2000. You've seen the GFC crash that many of us would remember quite severely in 2008-2009, and a quick vertical drop earlier this year, and then a very, very quick rebound, which we'll touch on a little bit different. So that's what's happened. But I think what's really happened from a human perspective is there's been a good 20 plus years there. As you can see, I've gotten a little bit older in those two periods. You can see in the picture there, some of the sharp-eyed members of the public may see that that's actually northern part of Taipei, just near the river opposite from the Grand Hotel, where I lived in Taiwan during 99 and 2000. And that little boy there is the same little boy on the other side of the picture who's now in his early 20s. And the girl there wasn't even born. She happened to be born in Taipei and surely in 99. So they're the same people, but they're very different. And I think what we can recognize is that there are some similarities in the way that the economy has performed and some of the behaviors that we've seen from consumers and marketers, but also there's been some quite fundamental differences. And that's really what I'm going to share with you over the next 15 minutes or so. So how similar has this downturn, this recession been driven by COVID? So let's focus on those. And apologies, because this is probably the most negative part of the presentation. So we saw very quickly businesses have to close, layoffs, furloughs, shutdowns, closures, lower capital investment, projects being delayed and deferred. That's a natural response that we've seen in many, many downturns. That in turn, with the media frenzy that describes all of those activities, has a massive decrease in consumer confidence. They are not optimistic for the future. They're fearful for their jobs, their family's future. So one of the key responses then is to stop spending, which is probably the worst thing that we need at that time, but that's human behavior. The reality from a marketer and an advertiser perspective is businesses need cash. They've seen reductions in sales, they've seen threats to their business, so marketing budgets are seen as discretionary, and very, very quickly we see huge reductions in marketing budgets. mean, anecdotally, when we were chatting with some of the leaders of the agency groups, in the middle of the year, we were seeing figures 20-30% down in terms of billings across major markets like India and China. So huge impact, which then flows on to media owners and the services that support that. So that in turn, as you can see in the next bullet, hits agencies quite hard. Agencies of around the world had their share prices massively impacted. They've had to lay off people, which is terrible. They've had to reduce hiring freezes, travel freezes, cost freezes, reductions in salary, all those very, very difficult and brutal responses to a negative downturn. And I really do have huge sympathy and empathy for agency leadership who've had to go through this. That is just the awful part of the job. From consumers, we've seen that the trends with consumer confidence, big ticket items have been delayed. So you see a reduction in big items. So cars is a great example. Luxury's been usually gets very negatively hit during a downturn, and no exception during this one. But equally, a little interesting side is we see categories where there is some difference between quality levels and price levels. People trading up. If I've got to be locked up, then instead of buying the cheap box of chocolates, let's splash out a little bit more. Or if I'm going to have a bottle of wine because I can't go out for a meal with friends, I have to do it at home, then I'll trade up and spend a little bit more. So we've seen that in previous downturns. We've certainly seen those behaviours in this one as well. But let's focus on some of the unique situations. It's fair to say that this downturn that was sparked by government reactions to the pandemic really have been overly hitting certain sectors. Travel being a massive one. The business travel markets evaporated. The airlines, hotels, conferences, conventions, and all the service industries attached to that massively impacted. The entertainment sector, no one was going to the movies. Movie studios have shut down, so we're seeing less production being done. So certain industry verticals very, very negatively impacted. But others on fire. I mean, mobile gaming during the height of the pandemic was through the roof because people were locked in their homes for weeks and weeks on end and were looking to different categories for entertainment. So it hasn't been universal. It hasn't been the same everywhere. Every business hasn't been impacted negatively. I touched on this earlier. The speed with which the stock market in the US bounced back really was a result of globally the speed with which governments around the world have thrown money at this problem. Here in Australia, a relatively conservative government who was absolutely focused on keeping their economy in balance, all of a sudden has opened up the floodgates of spending to try and keep people employed, to try and reboost consumer sentiment, and to try and keep the economy ticking over. I think we've learned a lot of lessons from previous downturns where governments were a little bit slow to step in, and now we're seeing a huge volume of money flowing. Money has never been cheaper. So for businesses, for consumers, the cost of money is a lot lower than it's ever been. And unlike the 2008 downturn, it's not like the banks have crashed liquidity. It's not that you can't access capital or you can't access additional funds. It's just whether or not you and your business or your circumstances have the appetite to do that. And I think a uniquely position one for this one is that I think everyone's been negatively impacted relatively equally. There was an argument during 2008, 2009 that certain industries were disproportionately impacted, and it was the little guys that suffered and the big fat cats remained free to live the life that they always have. When the governments around the world have said, you're all staying home, everyone's in lockdown, no one can travel, I think the disruption to everyone has been shared relatively equally, which I think, again, is quite unique to this circumstance. Being a little more specific about the marketing and the advertising lens of this recession, I'll just give you a few examples now of how I think the situation that we were in coming into this and during 2020 is very different from a decade or more ago. And the most obvious example of that is in the purchasing of goods and services and the attitude towards e-commerce. And let's use an event that's coming up in a matter of a week or so, which is Singles Day out of China, is a good example of how e-commerce has just exploded as a channel for many, many categories, and how the volume of money that gets funneled through those e-commerce players, the Alibabas, the Amazons of this world, has really, really exploded. I put there on the chart just to show the massive growth within a very short period of time, 6-7 years, of 30 times the number of sales being generated. Who knows what 2020 is going to bring? We'll see in a few weeks. But if you're a betting man, you'd certainly suggest that it's going to be an equally huge number of sales. Consumers are very comfortable buying online. And this data on this next chart really does show, because of the fact that people were unable or unwilling to travel to stores, the fact that in many countries there were queues of people fighting over toilet paper and things like that, there were alternatives. This is the US e-commerce transactions as a percentage of sales. So the digital transformation is real, and shopping behavior has fundamentally changed during this period. So I think that bodes well for the speed with which businesses can come out of the downturn, and the fact that people do have genuine choices in where to shop. And if you look even closer to home on our platform, what's been quite unique in this situation is we had a huge increase in the amount of time spent. So people were spending more time on Instagram, more time on Facebook, more time on messaging services, communicating with friends and family during lockdown. And we had the situation where traditional advertisers in many categories pulled back or withdrew. The consequence of increase of supply and reduced demand in an auction-based model like ours and Google and a few others meant that prices, the cost to reach an audience, was actually significantly reduced during this pandemic, which I think again presented some unique opportunities for businesses to try different things to try and overcome the challenge of this pandemic. And I'll give you a couple of great examples that despite the lockdowns and the physical restrictions that many governments put in place to control the pandemic, but also having a very negative impact on business was still very open around the world. And one example, which I think again our platform helps businesses do exceptionally well, is find consumers beyond their local area. So back in 2008, 2009, businesses tended to service their immediate geographies and their immediate communities. Here's an example of an Italian fashion brand who used the physical lockdown, which happened in Italy, which was very, very severe, as an opportunity to go and try and find consumers around the world. And I think they used Instagram stories and some of our other products to try and find out consumers in Japan in this example. I'll show another example now in this next video, which I think is a wonderful one to say, even in categories where personal demonstration is a big part of the selling process, an interaction with consumers to answer specific questions. In this example, it's around makeup and beauty products. In Malaysia, the majority of interactions happen in a department store or in a mall environment where consumers can touch and feel and ask questions. And when that was not allowed, the clients there here used our platforms to reach the consumers with products like Facebook Live and messaging and conversational commerce to help recreate that experience. So I'll show you that video now.
The global pandemic has had a significant impact in the way our customers are engaging with our brand. Many of the activities are now moving from offline to online. So the question we had to ask ourselves is, how do we humanize and enhance the overall online brand experience for our customers?
People are more likely to buy from a brand they can chat with. This applies to large brands like Kiehl's, Lancome, and YSL too. Conversational commerce has transformed the way we shop online, and omni-channel is no longer optional. To provide a seamless journey for consumers, you could design omni-channel conversational commerce experiences by enabling online consultation, personalized offers, and even checkout directly via Messenger. A great example of this would be the L'Oreal Virtual Beauty Festival. It takes a village to make this happen. We partner with 8 luxury brands of L'Oreal, Facebook marketing partner Jumper.ai, creatives and media agencies like I.U and Wavemaker.
Our virtual beauty festival has got 12 hours long of content with 8 brands participating. Each of our brands has got a dedicated content segment. We showcase product efficacies, tutorials, and we invited special guests from all around the world to share beauty tips and tutorials with all our fans.
We make sure they will get a sneak peek of what's happening and also the face of their favorite influencers who is going to host the event. The second phase is on the live streaming on all the segment of contents that we have. Each of the content will have its dedicated media placement where we'll be able to boost each of the live streaming and encourage more viewership.
As an outcome of the Virtual Beauty Festival, we have engaged more than 2 million beauty consumers and shoppers. Over 17,000 chats has been created just during the event, and we see an uplift of conversion of more than 5 times. During the period, we have also observed the sales increase by 4 times.
At L'Oreal, we've always placed a tremendous importance on delivering retail excellence for our customers. No doubt the digital and e-commerce acceleration will continue moving forward. So this is a new challenge that we must tackle as we move into this new era of online shopping experience. And this is something that we look forward to working very closely with our partner at Facebook.
So there's physical products being demonstrated and sold in a virtual way given the restrictions that were placed. I think there's a really interesting trend that we've seen over the last few years, but accelerating more so during the pandemic, which is even the provision of services which were very highly personalized, from counseling and consulting services through to health and fitness. It used to be that you would physically go to someone, you would physically go to a gym, you'd be yelled and shouted at for 45 minutes and made to sweat. But that can now happen virtually. And for those businesses, the fact that physical restrictions were put on them during this pandemic was no real barrier. And in fact, we've seen a huge uptick across apps and digital provision of services across this pandemic, which again bodes well for those types of businesses and their recovery. The final area that I just want to share with you, a great example, is in the more production side of things, or the creative side of things, which I think is a huge transformation from recessions and downturns gone by. And that is that the data that drives the idea is actually at the heart, and that the creative development of that is not constrained by the traditional way that perhaps we've seen advertising creative being developed, which is quite labor intensive, revolves around a single idea being produced and then distributed, as opposed to what we would call dynamic creative, so creative that's tailored and uniquely built out of a combination of elements based on each person's unique circumstances. This example does predate the pandemic. I'll call that one out. It didn't happen during the pandemic, but I think personally it is one of my favorite pieces of digital advertising that really does tap into the power of optimization, dynamic creative, and just a really, really, really clever insight into human behavior. So let's have a look at that example now.
This was just the beginning. Then we asked ourselves, how can we bring relevance and attention to each comparison on social media, real time? The answer? With data and technology. Using an algorithm, we found lookalike photographs on Getty Images. Through Facebook data, we identified travel enthusiasts who are interested in specific destinations. For example, Lucas. Geo-targeting pinpoints Lucas' current location. and the airport closest to him. Another algorithm finds the destination airport. This data is sent to a search engine that identifies the cheapest flight price in real time. We then show Lucas how much the cheapest flight costs and make him an unbeatable counteroffer, completely automated, in an infinite number of variations, turning a unique visual idea into a real-time social media price comparison that moved Germany.
I'm sure you'll agree. If anyone from the creative agency community is sitting in the audience, I'm sure they'll be sitting there going, "That's really clever. I wish I'd been involved with that one." So there you have it. Same. Are we in a downturn, and is it a bit similar? Of course it is. And without a doubt, the negative impacts that I touched on have been hugely felt across businesses, large and small, around the world. Coupled with that, the physical and medical issues that so many parts of the world have been faced with, and congratulations to Taiwan and your government and the people of Taiwan for being able to, I think, certainly from media reports, keep the medical and social impacts of this relatively well contained in Taiwan. So yes, it is similar. It's bad. People are losing their jobs. Things are tough. However, I think things are different, and I think there is a very positive view that I think myself and others are seeing, especially through the lens of digital, especially through the opportunity to find consumers and engage with them in different ways that perhaps makes this downturn different from ones gone by. And that gives me a huge sense of optimism that we're actually going to come out of this quicker, hopefully come out of this stronger, and come out of this with a renewed sense of optimism for the future in 2021. So again, huge thank you for the opportunity to present to you virtually. I'm now going to go back to pacing my hotel room like a caged animal for a period of time. So I'll turn the video off to stop you having to see my pain. So thanks very much, and best of luck for the rest of the conference.
谢谢 ，Thank you, Mr. Stewart。是的。那么今天接下来呢，我们也邀请到
Next, we're going to invite our next speaker, Ms. Marcy Guo, CEO Asia World Panel Division of Kantar. Please welcome her. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have to apologize to you. First, I'm going to present in English. However, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to come to me later.
Run through, in reality, how have already the people taking the pandemic negative impact and actually accelerate some of the growth. So I'll be talking about how brand has already been grown and what we have seen the acceleration bring ahead to the future. And I will put a focus on e-commerce. Just one slide to introduce who are Kantar and who am I represent for. So Kantar is one of the largest group market research doing data, insight, and consulting. The data that you're going to see today is coming from the World Panel Division, which we focus on tracking how consumers consume and also purchase the products. It's not by claim, it's by real purchase tracking, either by scanning the products or by putting the diary. At the same time, are you hearing okay? A bit echoing? So at the same time, we are monitor how they are buying, but at the same time, we link up with their media consumption behavior, how they think. So it's a real single resource to understand what really trigger that moment of truth. I like to just use one slide to set the scene. The scene is what is happening before, now, and the future. There are three needs consumers never really change, which are they demand for health and safety in all the angle. They desire and happy, willing to pay for anything make them happy. And also, more and more modern days, they're very happy to go for convenience. So what's changed? I think the change is on the red block. We will continue seeing for a period of the time, there will be mobility constraint, meaning people, even when they can, they will be a bit reluctant to travel overseas. There will be lockdown going on still. Now Europe is, many countries are back to lockdown. There will be fear in terms of what's next. Am I going to be healthy? Am I going to be safe? At the same time, there are concerns on the financials. So I think we know at the very beginning, travel, tourists, hotel are in a real heat. This is happening around us. So there's a fear of the financials. So based on these three new factors, so what has changed? What acceleration that we have seen? I think the first one is in terms of health and safety, what we've seen is consumers are now demanding wellness in a much more holistic way. So what do I mean? It's not just for looking for cure, but they are looking for much more prevention. They are also much more looking for healing. So not just physical, get cure, but they want to prevent themselves getting ill. At the same time, because of lockdown, because of all the things happen around us, friends, family, there is also a demand on healing. So make me restless, make me relax. So that's one. And it's also rising on sustainability and environmental friendliness. This is something we know it's not a new trend, but people used to care, but doesn't do anything. What the change that we have seen is people care and take action. So that's the change. So what people are looking for is, I want to look good, I want to live good, and I also want to feel good. So that's the difference. So that's a holistic change that we have seen. In terms of happiness, what people are trying to do, and I think that technology and also digital has helped greatly, is no compromising on the happiness. Even I've been locked down. So I think Hiramuko-san, the first speaker, he started cooking because he couldn't go out to eating on the restaurant, so he started cooking. So there are many in-home staying happiness can be generated. There are much more, if you think about the impact on the financial, what we have already seen is people doesn't want to compromise because they were trapped. So some people are not getting salary increase, some people are not getting a job, but they are looking for something they can afford. Afford for happiness, also afford health. At the same time, we also see luxury in China, for example, is really, really coming back. People are not be able to travel overseas. So department store, for example, it's happening now, it's all booming. Because people doesn't necessarily want to compromise on their little luxurious moment they can have. And I think I've never done so much virtual home visit with my foreign colleagues, because now we probably talk more than ever, and many of my European colleagues, they are working from home. So I at least visit 10 of their home virtually, which I never did before. So there is that real happiness moment that people can create on the virtual facing time, etc. And I think Neil covered a bit on, even we were having constraint on mobility, we don't want to be compromised on the experience that we we are faced. So these are all the opportunity we can do. And I think just convenience, what clearly the acceleration post-COVID-19 or during COVID-19 is delivery service booming everywhere. Digital life really help us trying to see, if I want to cook, I never know how to cook, who can help me to do that? And also the e-commerce really, really booming. So following a few slides, I'm just going to give you some example how brands are actually taking this opportunity and grow. So these are the Vietnam. So people are looking for more immunity increase. So this is Vietnam milk. So very simple message for the elder people, drink this, you have the strength to fight for the virus. So this is how they are growing their consumers. And this is Mayora, which is the, one of the largest food manufacturers in Indonesia. This is where I know that you are concerning to going out, purchase the products. So immediately they offer the delivery service to their existing customer. And this has really helped them to grow their customer loyalty. And that's the other one, which is affordability. So that's the vitamin C sachet. So if you know Philippines, so Philippines, there is a lot of affordability issue, but vitamin C are well accepted by everyone, knowing that will actually increase or prevent me from getting cold, getting ill. So that's where they developed that sachet vitamin C, and it's really, really in good growth. So getting healthy, getting affordable should be something, if you are the manufacturer, do something for those customers who can't really afford too high-end products. The other example I'm bringing here is China. So China, as you know, is really, really creative and really active in terms of how they do crossover products and also how they travel by the social media. So this is the one, as we know, people really cook much more in home. So seasoning are growing at the 14%, but what they are also adding in is the cooking contest with friends, okay? So you are not just taking the opportunity to cook at home, but at the same time, you are actually creating, this brand is creating a context for friends to share how they cook, and they nominate, and they had a winner. So this is really, you know, to a point that it generates that new occasion, but also generate travel by the social media. The second one is actually, of course, you know, people are staying home more. So those who take care of the home hygiene are really growing. And also one of the products, purifying detergent for smell allergy, is also increasing. So there is a lot of new innovation products available for brands who want to take the opportunity to grow. Last one is where, I guess for those who are in China, you know, xi cha. Okay, so that's a lot of, you know, new flavor. So actually, Dove very quickly crossover. Crossover is something quite interesting and quite well developed in China, become quite trendy. So Dove has quickly do a xi cha. I think that's a peach flavor, to really say, yeah, you've been locked down, but still you will have the xi cha feeling. And when you are making a shower, it's a healing experience that people are looking for. So really, this is where think about health, think about happiness, think about convenience, and how you could actually upsell that. The other thing, as I mentioned, there will be some travel constraints. So as you could see, overseas purchase dropped 60%. Well, simply they can't go outside. But those are actually redirect into the other channel, where we see digital shopping, where we see, you know, neighborhood store. So because of, I think Asia is quite different from Europe. Europe people still go to the big store, and they do sort of the social distance in the store. But in Asia, what we see is digital is booming, and also the neighborhood store is booming because people are afraid to travel far away. People are also afraid to go to the big store for the sake of the social distance. I only see one exceptional That's in Taiwan. That's Costco. So that's the exceptional. People just, and Costco need to basically stop people to go in that store. That's the one only exception that I see. Okay. And then what I want to shift now is to the e-commerce. And the reason being, in June, that we have done a simple survey to ask all our clients across market. So we asked them, so what would be the thing that you really, really want to put the focus and you want to consider as a priority? And guess what? People say, I am dying to know how e-commerce online capability that I need to do more or I need to start doing. Okay? So what I'm going to do for the next 10 minutes is just to share with you what we have been observed. So these are the A market, okay? And this is how we look at, this is the FMCG, so fast-moving consumer goods, so how people eat, how they use grocery, food, etc. So this is the penetration of the market. So let me give you an example of what does this number mean. So let's take Korea, which we see the penetration is 83%. So what does that mean? That means within 100 households in Korea, there are 83 of them are buying regularly everyday goods, so household goods, okay? So as you could see, there are quite different status. So for Philippines and Indonesia, the stage one, we say they are just developing to get people shop online for everyday goods. Everyday goods, I mean, what you drink, what you eat, toiletry, toilet paper, drinks, etc. It's not the fashion or the 3C, which normally people will go online. This is the everyday life. The stage two is we call it habitual mission. So that's where Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam. And then the third stage, we call it discovery. It's different. And I'm going to spend some time to explain to you what the differences mean. Habitual is normally, people know I buy online, it's cheaper. So I just buy online. So toilet paper, I know I will go to this particular store to buy the product because it's always 10% cheaper. And it's very convenient, there's no shipping fee. The discovery will be where you're wandering around the product, you're looking for something. So the e-commerce has become a very different platform, very different friends for you. And that's the three different stages here. Okay. Yeah. And these are sort of the charts. I put the three countries together. The number one I put here is China. The second one I put as Destiny. And the third one is I put sort of developing. And the first column here, you see attention, that's we so-called active social users. So in average, every day they spend 2 to 3 hours. And these are sort of the people, they will visit e-store. However, whenever they visit e-store, they normally buy, but then as I mentioned, that could be fashion, that could be 3C, that could be something that you normally buy online. But then what really happened is the FMCG online has a huge variation differences. And post-COVID-19, this is where the opportunity, if you are the fast-moving consumer goods player or agency, this is the opportunity you can co-create the growth together. And because we see an acceleration after COVID-19, and these people are not just more shopper, but they are also the shopper with more spending power, so they are a bit aging individuals, okay? And let's put it this way, if you remember on the stage one, stage two, normally the stage one, there are two barriers. One is we so-called infrastructure barrier, and the second one we call it emotional. Infrastructure is fundamental. Infrastructure is I cannot trust. There's no trust. The product quality are not good, they are fake. Or the delivery is very expensive. The payment, shipping fee, etc. So this is a typical infrastructure barrier. Habitual, emotional barrier are more, I like to touch the products, okay? So that's that. And for any market that we really want to accelerate this, we need to get the fix of the infrastructure. And I'm just going to take 2 examples, China and Korea, because that's almost one of the most advanced e-commerce market, but they are very different. In China, there are 4 reasons why they are so successful. They fixed the first one, convenience. Fast, efficient delivery, security, and trust payment. Does everyone know when is Alipay developed? 2004. So that's far before they actually had the whole e-commerce booming. They know in China, people doesn't trust people. I shouldn't say that. Well, people reluctant to believe what they purchased. So they actually got that fixed. And I think this week, financially, the one big thing is Ant Finance is going IPO, right? So that's how powerful they are. Second one is availability. There's a wide range and driving by, of course, Ali and Tencent bring in all the different varieties. So people looking for variety. The third one is a huge discount, as Neil mentioned, this week and next week. I don't know how many billion of the dollar that Double 11 is going to bring in. And then last one, what they are doing is actually much more social now. So people think that China growing nowhere. Actually, they've been 20 years developing the e-commerce. I'm going to be a bit late, okay? So if you could see, that used to be Ali and Tencent. But if you noticed, about 5 years ago, Pinduoduo. So when Pinduoduo arrives, we didn't imagine they will be so successful because they were, lower tier city, but they are now hugely growing on the younger generation. And they are doing differently because they can be a seller and they can also be a group of consumer. So there's a different way they do that, okay? So this is very different Pinduoduo model. If you're interested, come to us, we can give you the full story. But there's a communication. But more important, they do engage with the platform, which is a WeChat platform. And if you look at the number of active buyers, now they are growing basically tremendous now. So they are now in the second position of the buyer, of the user in China, which accounts for 585 million. And they were doing very differently from the other 2 players, which is basically a marketplace, all right? Just a few slides. I'm talking about Korea, because I think Korea probably is more relevant to some of the other market. One big, so Korea, of course, if you look at their development, there is quite a time where, people go for habitual, meaning go for price, go for a very specific destination. What really triggers on the behavior change is mobile payment, okay? Mobile payment is the key if the e-commerce is going to become, ongoing spending or driving the buyer base, etc. Mobile payment, because that's where you probably, reduce that 2 or 3 steps. And this is where then people go for, impulse mission, but then the delivery system, of course, is quite challenging, but also important. People go there because I suddenly need something, emergency, so same-day delivery, etc. is really important. And after that, live stream comes in. Live stream comes in, really give you that discovery element to really be able to do the e-commerce booming, etc. So that's slightly different. And for Korea, it's not about concentration, it's more about the diversity. So you see marketplace like we have here, Momo, Shopee, etc. But then you also see the development start having, for example, this is the beauty. So you have brand mall. and then you have department mall, and even you have Naver, so it's equivalent of Google. So its searching engine is also growing significantly post-COVID-19 because that gives no boundary. You don't need to register, etc. And then Groupon, because people does look for price, okay? And what also you see, there are different purpose to go into the different places. And then, you know, there's something really basic is the information, product information, reviews from the real customer, and then also the product ranking are all very important. But then each of the different platform has unique position to serve. So that's what, you know, the e-commerce will arrive if everyone sort of work together. So to conclude, I think post-COVID-19, everyone, regardless you are the advertiser, you are the agency, or you are the consumer, you have a role to play. Speak up your needs. You know, offer the needy product, feature in the new occasion because there will be mobility constraint, there will be fear. And really riding on a digital wave, convert those media touch points to be your revenue conversion point. My last slide is the most important slide. That's where we'll get you to the information of each of the market. So thank you.
是的，谢谢，再次谢谢郭执行长给我们带来相当。
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. We're going to take a short break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Please be back in 5. We're going to see more presentations right after the short break. See you later.
So during the lockdown phase, when our customers were unable.
Okay, pal.
是的，现场所有的贵宾们，再次的欢迎大家回到2020 DigiAsia 数位亚洲大会。那么今天我们的上午的下半场
We're going to begin our program in 1 minute. Please take your seat. Thank you.
是的，欢迎现场的贵宾们在。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DigiAsia 2020. We're going to begin our program in 1 minute. We're very honored to see many experts from the industry to participate in today's event. And during the lunch break, you'll be able to take the opportunity for networking. So in 30 seconds, our next speaker will come on stage. Please take your seat. Thank you.
好的，非常感谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. I'd like to remind you to turn off your mobile phone or set it to vibration. Now we're going to invite Angela Chen, VP of Brand and Marketing Department of Line Taiwan. Let's welcome her. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite nervous today because it's been a long time since I gave a public speech. And today, by the invitation of the organizer, I would like to tell you what we have been going through for the past year for Line and what kind of observations we have made in society. So in the morning, we see a lot of speakers talking about Asia Pacific, and Line in Taiwan has been operating here for many years. So I'll be using Mandarin to give my presentation. I'll also be talking about specifically about Taiwan, about the COVID-19 era. So Line is actually a very young brand, less than 10 years old. The reason why Line was introduced to the market, this was because after the big earthquake in Japan in 2011, lots of people were worried about not being able to find their friends and relatives. So we developed this application within less than 3 months. So we can use a sticker to let people far away, to let you know that you are safe and sound. In 2011, in Japan, we launched Line to the Japanese market. In 2012, we launched Line in Taiwan. So within 10 years, less than 10 years, we launched a lot of different products. And during this process, gradually, now Taiwan has the most Line users. So we can see more than 90% of the Taiwanese population use Line as their main communication app. So for the past 10 years, what did we do? Well, in 2014, there are more and more demands on stickers. So we started collaborating with local illustrators. So for the past 7 to 8 years, we actually launched more than 6.7 million stickers. Of course, we have our own illustrator at headquarters. We also work with local illustrators in Taiwan, like 白烂猫好想吐. We work with them. And in 2014, we were the early mover. We introduced Line Pay. We introduced service in 2014. So for the past 5 to 6 years, we already have a user number of 8.7 million. So we can see this number is still growing. That means 1 in 3 people in Taiwan use Line Pay. In 2015, 2016, we started to see a trend. So in addition to using messenger applications, we know that when using online media, users are concerned about what kind of content they will see. So in 2015, we introduced Line TV and Line Today. That is a news channel. And in 2018, we saw a trend. E-commerce was very popular. So in 2018, we introduced Line Shopping. We also introduced Line Travel. What about this year? We see that in addition to e-commerce, we see the trend of O2O. So we can see that some e-commerce players want to set up offline presence because we know experience is everything. So this year, we started to develop new services. Like one of them is Line Hotspot. So I will tell you more about the details later. And last year, we introduced Line Taxi. So in Taiwan, in terms of the use of Line, everyone uses around 60 minutes of Line. Personally, I use 4 to 5 hours. And yearly, every day, people send more than 1 billion messages. And in Taiwan, we love to use videos. So videos sent by Taiwanese users account for 50% of total videos in the world. So every year we work with Nielsen to survey the people's behavior in using Line. So 93% of users say that Line has become an indispensable social media for their everyday life. So in addition to being a social media platform, almost 90% of people say that Line is not just a media platform. They can do a lot of things. We can see more than 80% of people say that they receive a lot of important information online. For example, before the outbreak of the pandemic, users use Line to receive information about, for example, earthquake, or during the pandemic. I'll let you know what we have been doing to provide instant information to the users. So what's really interesting is that the mission of Line is to close the distance. We want to close the distance. That's why we developed this application. And with the outbreak of COVID, we talk about maintaining social distance. So in this kind of environment, it's a kind of change. What else can Line do? Although we require social distancing, however, we still have the needs for socializing with each other. The longer we stay at home, the more panic we become because we started to become, more unhappy. We started to get more depressed. Why is that? Because, socializing is a basic demand for humans. So on our platform, we start to see group chat, group calls. In addition to using group chat, group calls, we see more people using video calls. Because when you are not able to see each other, you don't see their emotions. That is why more people are using video calls. From January to March this year, you can see that In terms of the number of group calls, globally, the number increased by 330%. So in addition to this, we also made other observations. For example, we talk about working from home. So parents have to stay at home and work at home. So what about their children? Children need to continue to learn. They still need to learn new things. But because of social distancing, they're not able to go to school physically. In the past, when we do online learning, so we can't find online learning is only for after school, cram school learning. But now children are not able to go to school. So in Japan, there is an official account which combines with online learning. So everything that you need to learn in elementary school can be learned online. So students can learn online to learn about things in school, curriculum in school, because all the curriculum will be recorded in audio and visual fashion, so students can interact with this kind of format. And also we see that learning has become highly personalized. It's not just a one-way communication from teachers to students. You can personalize your children's learning according to their interests and their progress. So this is something that we have observed in terms of online learning. And next, I want to quickly share with you the 5 major observations. First, later I will show you more details of the 5 of them. The first one is, because of COVID, public participation has become very important. Social participation is very important. We can see 90% of the 23 million people in Taiwan use LINE every day. So during the pandemic, what can we do? In Japan, because of COVID, LINE Japan works with Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare in Japan. In April, they conduct 4 consensus through LINE. So every time, 25 million people participated in the survey and reported their health conditions. What about in Taiwan? During lockdown, when people work from home, on January 30th, we worked with the Ministry of Health and Welfare. We started our CDC official account. So here we see there are a lot of content curated by media. So we started an official account for the Ministry of Health and Welfare. So every day at 2 p.m. when the Ministry of Health and Welfare gave a press conference, we actually live streaming the press conference online. So we see that people pay attention to what the minister had to say every day at the press conference. And in April and May, we want to teach people, educate people to wash hands more often, to wear masks or maintain social distancing or stay at home as much as possible. So we use the power of LINE. We use the power of our illustrators. So we work with our top illustrators. They provided free stickers to educate people about how to better keep their health. So lots of people register and use the service. So we're able to teach people how to better protect their own health. And what else did we do? We worked with HTC. We developed a LINE bot. When the lockdown just started, we saw a lot of family and friends coming back from overseas. They had to stay at home for 14 days. So when they stayed at home, they had to report their health conditions real time. So we work with HTC, we work with Ministry of Health and Welfare to make sure that these people can carry out their home quarantine and they can receive good care. So in addition to this, we also work with HTC to start a CDC official account. I don't know if you have this channel on your line, because here you can see how many new cases, imported new cases every day. So on this official account, all the relevant information about COVID is here. In February, people are worried about where they could purchase masks. Where can we find masks? In what pharmacies? It's a very important piece of information, so that's why there is a mask map. We provide this kind of information. Also, we talk about important information to prevent COVID and also international COVID conditions. And also in March and April, we see there were still some confirmed cases, so people worry about whether there was enough blood in the blood bank. So we work with the Taiwan Blood Foundation to have a tour have a blood drive. So on the line official account, you see this kind of blood donation truck may travel to different places. So you can check online to see where the blood donation truck went to today. So that's our first major observation. What's the second one? Staying at home is boring, nothing to do. So lots of people start binge watching, but not everybody will enjoy binge watching. For example, I don't like it too much, but we do need entertainment. Maybe I'm a baseball lover, I want to watch baseball games, or I love to listen to music, or want to go to a concert. But all these kind of major events couldn't be held, so what can we do? So you can see live streaming has become very important. For example, Taiwan is a very lucky place because of the support and the participation of the general public. We were the first country in the world that was able to hold a professional baseball games. So Line Today worked with CPBL, Chinese Professional Baseball League. So for the first half of the year, all the games were live streamed. And then we can see that, we have been doing, 78 live streaming games as of June 15th. So in addition to sports, there's also music. I remember in May, there was no real concerts. So at Athlete, because Dunnan branch of Athlete was closing down, and it was a very important event. It was a milestone for the creative and cultural industry in Taiwan. At that time, people couldn't go there, and they had to close on the 30th. So we worked with Athlete. We live streaming the event online today. So even though people were not able to go because they are worried about the pandemic, because of social distancing, they were still able to experience the event as if they were there. And also we have a live streaming of May Day's concert, and then also concerts of like Rene Liu or Luo Dayou. You are not able to go there in person. However, you can participate online, virtually. So we can see that there's more and more demand of live streaming. Now every week we see a live streaming of a concert. For the second half of this year, so in addition to concerts, we can see the three major award ceremonies: Golden Bell, Golden Horse, and Golden Melody. For these 3 ceremonies, they will be live streamed on our channel. So that was the second important observation that we made. What about the third one? I think previous speakers from Facebook or from Cantor all mentioned that in terms of shopping, there are new trends. We sit at home, we have nothing to do, we are bored, so we spend money. I need to buy my cosmetics, right? I run out of toilet paper. I need to replenish new ones. I need to, buy new clothes. So what can we do? So of course, we still need to fulfill our demand of shopping. So we have a Line shopping channel. So it's a platform. All the e-commerce players are aggregated on our platform. And all the brands can sell their products on our platform. So we have seen something interesting. During the pandemic, you can see young people, more and more young people purchase from us. But we see something interesting. In the past, we felt that we couldn't attract older consumers, but now actually 43% of growth, actually older consumers purchase from us, and there was a growth of 43%. And we can see that in addition to consumers, for retail brands, we can see more than 400 e-commerce, 400 retail brands. Some luxury brands, they didn't have, e-commerce presence, but now they started to do it. And the next trend is that in Taiwan, there are 1.3 million SMEs. In the past, it's just difficult for them to transform digitally to have an e-commerce presence because they realize that if they don't do it, they cannot survive because of social distancing. So we launched this new service called Line Hotspot. So within the very short year, we worked with 250,000 merchandises or stores. They register on Line Hotspot because before May this year, the government actually gave, like recovery, provide a recovery program so that people can use Line Hotspot to see where they can, spend their recovery money. And also because of domestic travel, now people cannot travel overseas, so people travel in Taiwan. So on Line Hotspot, there's more and more content curation for consumers to know that where they can travel to in Taiwan. And also for SMEs, we see something interesting, the use of official accounts. So for Line Official Account 2.0, we started to charge money. But does it mean that the number of official accounts will decrease? No, actually, it's quite the opposite. Now the number grew to 1.6 million official accounts. It came from many, like brand customers, from SMEs, from the public sector, from the media, because they realized that through an official account, they can have more interaction with their customers. So we have open API, open module. They can use chatbot, or you can use labels. You can scratch cards. They can have, deeper interaction with their customers. When they identify new customers, they can retain them. So, for example, their members can collect points on our platform. So we have all the technology ready at the backstage. So brands or SMEs don't need to develop their own technology. So there's a lot of digital demand. So are we really ready? And we find that now there's more and more disinformation, circulating on the internet. So we actually launched a digital accountability program. We worked with 4 fact-checking organizations. We also worked with the government, and we launched a line fact-checking function. So we attracted, more than 600,000 users. So if you suspect any piece of information is fake, you can come to our fact-checking function to verify. After verification, you can post an article in the rumor or in our rumor buster section. So as of now, there has been 17 million views and more than 1,600 pieces of this information has been checked. So we can see people participate more in public affairs, and then we can see we have seen more growth in e-commerce. So I want to encourage brands and companies to participate in public matters, public issues. And we see the demand of live streaming is on the increase. And we see the need for digital marketing for SMEs and also to improve your digital literacy. So I serve brands. I do marketing in my company. So I serve 23 million people. So I have a great influence over the media. So what else can we do to give back to society? We provide a lot of services, and by the end of this year, we will have a new project. I hope that you can participate in this project. Well, among 1.3 SMEs, many of them are retails. So these are maybe like very old stores which are 100 years old, and because of pandemic, some of them closed down. They were not able to transform digitally, and they had to close down. It's really a pity. For example, I really liked a restaurant in distant district in Taipei. However, it closed down due to the pandemic. So by the end of this year, we will launch a project of 7 episodes. So in these 7 episodes, we're going to have a total makeover of these old stores. We hope that we can use our brand power, use our technology to help this old store to survive and transform. So please look forward to that. Thank you. Thank you, Angela.
的，那么接下来呢，我们邀请到
Right. Our next speaker is Mr. Kevin Lai, Associate Director from PwC Consulting Taiwan. The topic is digital transformation, put consumers at the center of business partnerships. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin. I'm Associate Director from PwC Taiwan. So allow me to briefly introduce myself. PwC, the core business of our company is actually accounting and auditing. So most of our customers we meet are CFOs or board of directors. But for PwC, actually, about 10 years ago, we already established our consulting department. We provide services to big corporations. We also reach our B2C, C2C customers. In the process, there are a lot of different thoughts that we can contribute to our marketing team. So later on, I'm going to give you some examples. We heard a lot of examples about digital marketing and the e-commerce. But as a matter of fact, a lot of corporations in the process of digital transformation, they have difficulties, for example, selling their products on the digital platform and other challenges. I'm going to share more with you. So if we look at the selling process, it can be separated into two parts. One is selling stage and the other one is support stage. During pandemic, just like what we heard from previous speakers, we see the rapid development of e-commerce. Consumers compare their products on the e-platform. They share the products they bought in social media. Some of the customers, the challenges they have is that they are not able to sell their products on e-platform. Probably, for example, they're selling very expensive products, automobiles or jewelries. Consumers won't just see the products online and that they just place their order. This is not they're going to do. You need a guided purchase. For example, when you're selling automobiles, consumers just go to the showroom, touch the car, and look at the actual color of the car, open up and to see the engine, sit into the car, feel the car, and of course the salesman will look at you, explain to you whenever you have any questions. And if you have any questions regarding the technical or functional values, the salesperson will tell you right away. And during pandemic, consumers won't be able to go to the showroom, although they can see beautiful catalogs online. They won't be able to make decisions of buying the car immediately. And if your customers won't be able to come to the showroom, won't be able to come to your store, how can you classify or group different questions? Because the customer's question might be anything. So how can you assign these different questions to the right person to answer? Because during pandemic, I have two clients. They're from air travel industry. So two customers, they actually chose the time of in the pandemic to invest in CRM, because during pandemic, a lot of the consumers, they go online and because they already bought the flight ticket and they don't want it anymore. And if you do not have a very strong CRM department, you won't be able to handle these processes. So how do you serve your customers remotely and in a more smart way? I can share with you other examples. And then we'll come back to customer 360, meaning that a lot of customers, they reach you through different channels remotely. And when we deliver our services, how can you be sure that our brand, or when we deliver the service, how can we know the actual needs from your customers? Can you tell? So for the customer 360, this is the combination of different elements. So I'm going to share with you different examples. One is from Mercedes. And this is what they call the customer 4.0 mechanism, and they use that to connect the shopping experience. And the other example I'm going to give you is Peloton, and this is an example of the gym industry, and they can combine the physical exercise products together with the online content. So there are different technologies, and we see a lot of new technologies appear during the pandemic to serve and to satisfy the unmet need during the pandemic. So let's first look at the first case. This is from Mercedes-Benz. We play a short video. I think playing a video and we can see a lot of details of their service.
So during the lockdown phase, when our customers were unable to visit the showroom personally, our sales experts started to produce short personal videos for them instead of the usual phone calls or emails. And we got really good feedback for that. Our customers loved that. And therefore, we have decided that even after the lockdown phase, when we have reopened our showrooms, that we will still offer free live chats with our product experts. For some time now, we have lots of product information available via the Mercedes Me app and on our YouTube channels. Customers can watch the videos there on demand and have a technology or new model explained to them easily and hassle-free while, for example, sitting on the couch. If you have a specific question or prefer to talk to a person, you can make an appointment via Skype, for example with a service consultant or a product expert. This is the perfect combination of direct communication with personal trust, but at a safe distance. There are more digital services coming to our retail outlets. One example is the so-called digital detector, which is still in project phase. The vehicle condition scanner reads the license plate as the vehicle passes through. It measures the tire tread depth and takes photos from all sides, including the underbody. And in this way, it documents the condition of the vehicle. This notifies the service consultant of any visible damage at the vehicle. And afterwards, it can be easily displayed and explained to the customer. Another example for a project that makes our work more easy and enhances the service for the customer. My preferred service is the so-called visible workshop, which facilitates the process when the car is already in the workshop. The service consultant makes a video of the car and explains in detail what additional work he would like to carry out. This video afterwards will be sent to the customer together with a quote, and the customer can decide which additional works they would like to have carried out. But these are not all projects. In selected dealerships, we're going to test the completely contactless vehicle acceptance very soon. And this is how it works. For regular service like changing tires or maintenance work, the customer can book their appointment online. When later coming to the workshop, they can check in and afterwards check out the car themselves. To complete the process for the customer, we're planning to also integrate digital signature as well as digital payment to the process.
Okay.
So this picture, you don't see that in the film we just showed. This is quite special. When your car is finally delivered, it was actually delivered to your home, to your doorstep, because normally, if you want to take your car back, you have to go to the workshop. And because of the pandemic, you won't be able to go to the workshop. This is how I feel. If you want to buy a new car for your wife or your relatives and friends, this could be a good way to deliver a gift. So let's look at how these can be achieved by using technologies. Firstly, e-commerce storefront. We mentioned a lot about the e-commerce. And one thing more I would like to add is that you will need films or short films to facilitate your selling process. For example, when you're selling cars, you don't only have use the static pictures, but you also have to sell your products, for example, online, streaming, and just like you're having a TV broadcasting online. So it has to be dynamic. It cannot only be static. And the second one is remote guided selling. It requires people to facilitate the selling process. There's a live workaround, meaning that the guided selling, there is a person streaming online guide you to show you the automobile you're interested in. And that has been executed in China, BMW. So we've been talking to our clients to see whether it is possible. For example, the customers can dial in and to talk to a salesperson in the showroom and to ask questions directly. And for example, you can use Line or Skype and different applications to book an appointment to the service consultants or a product expert. And after you purchase the product, home delivery, I think brands, this is something that brands need to put into consideration. Some e-commerce when put your products into package, how do you deliver to your customers, and how what kind of elements you can put into the package to make your clients feel very different. So that is something we can think about. And also for digital detector, customers, when they repair their car, sometimes you hear complaints, and when quotation is sent to the customers via email, and the customers won't be able to understand what the quotation means because they don't have the background knowledge. But if a line or short film is used, more explanation can be put into the film, telling the consumer, for example, there is an oil leaking, and that is why you need to repair this part. And so the consumers will understand what problems they have with their car. And another attacking point is we saw from the film is that when the car was driven into the repair center, photos are taken to the appearance of the car and to detect whether there is any visible damages, and very quick diagnosis can be done. And other examples are, for example, in automobile industry, and the car dealers, they recognize the type of the cars they sell. They probably won't recognize the consumers. Just like in the flight industry, they recognize the ticket number, but they won't be able to recognize the consumer, even if they are a member or premium customers they have. So you need to connect different elements, especially the bigger the corporate is. They have the need to connect different systems so that they can put customer into the center of their service. We talked about the customer 360. We will be able to, by connecting these different dots, the corporate will be able to understand what happened before the purchase happened and what happened after the purchase happened. So that is how they can make consumer-centric possible. These technologies, especially for big corporations, when they face the impact of pandemic, these are the examples to show them how they can use technologies to tackle the challenges. The second example is Peloton. In Taiwan, probably we saw some news coverages, but we don't really, this is not something that we're very familiar with. And we all have the experience buying some the equipment for fitness. We buy them and we put them at home, but we don't use them anymore. I think it happens to many people. And people have the habit of working out together with other people in the gym, and that drives them continue their workout habit. And during pandemic, you can't do that anymore. And what can you do? And the Peloton is the company provides that solution. Online, you can join a group, a media group, and you can compete your exercise. So I'll share with you some of the coverage. So you can see from the screen, snowing and the raining images. Maybe in spring, people like to jog or take exercise in parks, but in places like North America, now winter is coming. When it snows, it is not that easy to go jogging in the park. So this company starts from treadmill and other exercise facilities, and starting from there, and it combines the services online. We call it fitness service, fitness as service, FAS, F-A-S. So it combines social groups and the actual facility so that people can invite their friends online and to take exercise together online using the equipment bought from these companies. However, there are challenges. One of the problems this company encountered was it sells the products through different channels. One of the indoor cycle facility, and consumers can buy the products online or by calling the service center, especially when the showroom is not open. But after the purchase, because they provide the subscription, content subscription, so the company received a lot of questions from the customers. So they will have to provide the frontline customer service. Sometimes the customers won't be able to use the product just because they forgot to plug it in. And for other software services, for example, firmware upgrades or some hardware issues when the customers are trying to put different parts together, or even some more serious questions that need immediate attention. And of course, one thing very important to solve that problem is that so different systems need to be connected under one platform. So, for example, CRM platform. So, starting from sales and the post-sale services, everything can be integrated into one platform so that the automation level and the service level can be upgraded. And the other thing is that a lot of times some of the customer service agent, they are new or they face more complicated questions from the customers. And in that case, the supervisor of the customer service center can get involved when required and to help solving the problems raised by the customers. And the overall process from the potential customers and all the way to post-sales. And there are two parts. Before the products are sold, guided sale is very important. The corporate can provide the online guided sales service, especially for some luxurious goods or more expensive products. The customers will need to be guided to be able to feel comfortable enough to place the order. And the second one is guided service. At the customer service, a lot of customers, they come in through different channels. They call, they email, and through online messaging. And sometimes chatbot or auto reply is required. So some of the questions can be solved quickly. And if that cannot be, the problem still cannot be resolved, and then the question will be directed into the service agents. And it's important to group the customer service agents into a different classification by pressing the button or by other means. So this is my presentation to you. We still in Taiwan, we can go to the showroom, but in other countries it's relatively difficult. So we saw the example from the automobile industry, and also the other example is the gym, how the gym can deliver remote service to the customer and to gain market share. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lai. So we have listened to different presentations of different perspectives. And now we're going to invite Mr. Sean Wang, the General Manager of Eminent. So today he will be talking about toward a marketing renaissance in the post-pandemic era. Now please welcome Sean Wang. Hello everyone. I think you know what this painting is about. You know, this is Adam, right? So where's Adam? Well, actually, I placed Adam at the back of at the last page of my presentation. So we talk about remote, we talk about contactless. You know, as of yesterday, 47 million people were confirmed with COVID. 1.2 million people died because of COVID. So it's a very scary situation. Taiwan is doing quite well. However, the rest of the world is not. So I want to give you a brief introduction of myself. I work at Mnet. So I'm not going to tell you what I do at my company. Actually, you know, I do a lot of things on the side. You know, I finished 6 major marathons. I have my own podcast. I wrote a book a few weeks ago at the half marathon organized by Eva Green. So at that time, we raised our hand to show the world that Taiwan is the only country in the world that is able to organize this kind of marathon. So it was a very touching moment. Although we have empathy over the rest of the world, however, we are very proud of what Taiwan has accomplished. So I want to share with you about digital ads in Taiwan and my own observation. But actually, you know, for us, digital ads are already traditional ads. For example, Mr. Lai, the previous speaker, Maytag. Digital ads, you know, we now have a new definition over digital ads from MarTech and RTech. Actually, digital ads are already a kind of traditional ads. So we can see that we feel that digital ads have arrived at a peak. We can see that 2019 digital ad spend is 45.8 billion. So I will show you more slides later. We can see the ad spends are increasing. We see also audio and visual ad growth is increasing. We can see in 2019 the growth rate is 37.2%. So these are numbers of 2019. What about 2017? We can see that in 2 years the number has doubled. So I think this year the number will be even higher. So in 27, we can see that, you know, like for example, the public sector has a lot of increase, a lot of growth in terms of making digital ads. So the blue line is the yearly growth rate. So after 2016, we can see the growth rate has been declining. And in 2019, the number still has 17.8%. Why is that? Actually, I deducted 2 categories. First one is EC, e-commerce. The other one is games. If I took away these 2 categories, we can see the total growth rate was only 11.6%. What does that mean? That means these 2 categories accounted for a large percentage to make the number 17.6%. If we look at 2018, we can see if we took away these 2 categories, the growth rate will be 16.3%. So that means for EC ads, growth has been increasing, you know, dramatically compared to other categories. So we see a lot of numbers here. So you can see the numbers, the digital ad spend are increasing. Why is that? You can see for traditional ads are decreasing. However, for digital ads, they are increasing a lot over the years. Why is that? Because we know lots of international platforms. In the past, they couldn't use traditional ads. Whether you use keywords, you use Facebook, lots of SMEs, are not able to come in contact with this kind of large international platform. So we can see digital ad spends are increasing. But are they useful for agencies? Not necessarily. So we can see audio and visual ads are increasing. We know with the launch of 5G, we'll see more and more audio and visual ads. So we feel that, audio and visual arts are very important for brand marketing. So we can see with digital and audio and visual arts, we can track the aftermath. So this is a funnel, and then we are able to retarget our customers. So we can see audio and visual arts can, serve its function, and also some in video and audio ads would be expecting to see more conversion happening. So here, I want to share these numbers with you. So we can see although traditional ads are decreasing, however, the total ad spends are increasing over the years. So if you look at the perspective from ads, or you look at the matter from consumption, we can see the use of audio and visual content is just crazy. During this pandemic, a lot of OTT platforms, lots of content platforms, we can see there's a lot of, exploding growth. So we talk about e-commerce and games. These two industries are very strong. 3 years ago, beauty was number one. The ad spend of beauty was about 4 billion new Taiwan dollars. However, 3 years ago, beauty ranked number 3. And then we see that in the past, e-commerce as an industry, now e-commerce is an industry. And this year, this trend is more obvious. Every industry is venturing into the e-commerce space. So we can see that, this, e-commerce really is everywhere. So we can see now every industry is now an e-commerce player. So for public sector spending, because there's no election this year, so the growth rate is not very huge. So the top 10 remains the same. In terms of digital application, we can see that for the non-top 10 industries, after the pandemic, these industries will go into MarTech. So we don't expect to see digital spend to increase. However, in terms of MarTech, I think there will be a great leap. So this is a quick summary of what I said. So it's an easy takeaway for you. So the first point, like I say, international platform players are the driving force. They're helping the industries, and they have technology strength, and they're able to bring a lot of traffic, and they also serve as a sales channel. So they're very powerful. So we can see the total market scale of ads is great. And last year was the election year, so the public sector grew the most in 2019. And I told you about e-commerce industry. And I told you that every industry now is an e-commerce industry. I talk about audio and visual ads. The use of 5G is making this even bigger. And then next is about, the long tail effect. Now we see more and more conversion going on. So because like for e-commerce and games and app industries focus on conversion, and digital marketing can create a long tail effect for example, SMEs. So the emergence of long tail effect and also more and more conversion are increasing the share of digital ads. And also the last point is about influencers. Influencers are getting more and more important in sales. They're able to guide sales. They're able to bring traffic and guide sales. So I believe that advertisers will pay more and more attention to this. So this is my brief summary of what I said. So what are the key challenges to industries? I'll give you three. First, the management of own data and private data development. With IDB, GDPR, of CBA, so these are the regulations about privacy. Or like previous speaker talked about cookies on browsers. So is that a bad thing? To a certain extent, it may seem bad for advertisers because they cannot do retargeting. In the past 10 years, retargeting was the holy grail because it's able to drive sales, drive revenues. So this is a very powerful weapon. So that is why you focus less on other possible weapons. So now the government is putting a stop on that. Maybe it's not a bad thing because you're able to develop your other capabilities of managing your own data. So in the past, we chase data, we chase audience. But now you have to focus on building your own community, using your tools to engage them with them deeply and convert them into revenues. Maybe it will be more difficult. It's not as quick as retargeting, but maybe by doing so, we'll be able to conduct, more, refined, granular, or precise marketing. So about local media, well, like I mentioned, international platforms. They are powerful. They bring their own data. They are a sales channel. They are everything. So for local media, it's difficult to compete with international platforms. Later I will tell you about the strategies that I observed for how local media can make a breakthrough, how they work with brands. So the third challenge is the balanced development of brands and performance. So of course, we want to drive sales, we want to drive revenues. So in the past, marketing was all about sales. So it's important for a brand to see good performance numbers. Of course, performance is not a bad thing, but if you overdo it, you will not be able to distinguish yourself. So from ad spends, we can see these are the three challenges for the industry. I talk about the challenges, the predicament in the industry. So we talk about the repositioning of marketers, or talk about the protection of audience privacy. GDPR, really, made governments around the world to follow suit, and then media value improvement. So we know that there are more and more media outlets over there. So we have to make sure that, not just a few dominant media outlets are, taking over the market. Because Taiwan has a lot of SMEs. But we feel that they are not, fulfilling their parts. So today I want to talk about the renaissance of marketing. So in the past, we relied too much on retargeting. Okay, I have only 5 minutes left. So in the past, we relied too much on retargeting. And during the pandemic, we feel that this places restriction on us. But I think it can also be a time of liberalization because, Taiwan is a very diversified place. We focus on human values. And now companies and media are trying to develop, from different perspectives. So I want to share with you about my views and my insight. We talk about privacy protection. We talk about the use of data. Well, as a marketer, we always assume that the consumers gave us their consent, but actually they never did it. So it's an opt-in, concept. And in the future, of course, we want to develop deeper engagement with consumers. So the use of data will be, first, you need to gain trust from your consumers. You have to build your own community. And, the cattle want to stay in your farm because they trust you. So I think in terms of data humanism, that means for consumers, we need to gain their trust. We need to stay closer to their heart. And next, media e-commercialization. It's important for media to have technology capability to, monetize their knowledge. Or they can use their own services and products. Media are also selling their products. Media are more and more like brands. They become a brand. They sell their knowledge. They sell their products. They sell anything that they can engage with their customers. So we see this kind of trend going on. And these are the things that the brands are doing. These are the things that companies are doing. But we see another trend. For the recent years, we see the enterprise activism. Activism for brands means that for specific topics, specific situation, they need to take their side. You cannot, try to be vague. And the UN launched 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So brands and enterprises are able to, tell people about their size, about, what they identify with in the 17 SDG. So we heard about social enterprises. So social enterprises are enterprises that are helping, maybe the disadvantaged people in society. It's difficult for them to make money. But when I talk about enterprise socialization, that means every enterprise is a social enterprise. You need to take your own stance. You need to have strong engagement with your customers. So you have to show your stance. So in Taiwan, because nobody does it, if a company does it, you will distinguish yourself from, you'll be able to, stand out from other brands. So Taiwan cannot do this alone. So for media outlets, agencies, and companies, and customers, it's not just, they don't just compete, they also collaborate. Because now we see these international platforms are strong, are technology savvy. So we have to work together to make ourselves stronger and bigger. Taiwan is performing well in the pandemic. So I think it's important for marketing community to go through renaissance. So this is Adam here. Thank you very much.
好的，非常的感谢王经理跟。
Well, thank you, Sean, for your sharing. We're going to take a short break. We'll have a 3 minutes break. So please be back in 3 minutes. Thank you.
是的，现场所有的嘉宾们
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 1 minute. Please take your seat. Thank you. Our next speech is coming up in 1 minute. Thank you.
是的，现场所有的嘉宾们，欢迎大家能够再一次的回到我们的场内。那么
So we have very tight agenda today. And next, we're going to invite Mr. Shelton D'Souza. The topic of his talk is Intelligent Influence, Data-Driven, Brand-Safe, Measurable Content Marketing. Let's please welcome.
Today, on the context of media transformation, we are going to be looking at content marketing and how and why content marketing needs to move in a direction where it transforms itself into media. And through this journey of this presentation over the next 20 minutes, we're going to explore two factors. First of all, why? And why comes very close to the fact that we are in a new normal. And then from there, we'll move into looking at how exactly that can happen. So intelligent influence is what we would like to call this section. And let's look at some quick facts to begin with. What's really happened in this post-COVID era, if we look at it as far as consumption is concerned, you'll see that influencer video views have increased by around 11% during this pandemic, year on year since the last two quarters from the previous year. And this also resonates in a lot of what we've seen happening in the speeches from the previous speakers. You had individuals who were talking about the fact that they've been watching a lot of videos related to new hobbies like cooking, etc., that they wanted to go with. You had Neil from Facebook talking about the fact that you had an exponential rise in the amount of time that people are spending on social media applications. So there has been an increase in the consumption of content, and not just content, namely influencer-based content, content from creators. Now, let's look at this a little deeper. If we look at a study that we've come up with, we've seen that while there are a lot of people who are okay with receiving brand communication, that's around like 91%, you'll see that 36% of these individuals think that recommendations from influencers can leave a long-lasting impression on them as far as brands are concerned. Let's keep that number 36 in mind because it keeps coming back through the presentation. And a staggering fact is that 1 in 4 individuals have actually been influenced into buying something due to an online spokesperson. So it's clear that the value of influencer marketing is growing. And why is that growing? Well, the answer is pretty simple. The more time we spend on consuming content, the more comfortable we are with it. The more comfortable we are with it, the more seamless the way the messaging starts integrating with us. And we're okay to then, take suggestions that are made by these individuals. 67% of us seem to be consuming content even while on public transport. 5.5 hours on an average in a week is what we're spending on video sharing platforms. I'm sure that number might be much higher for most of us folk out here. So if we look at recommendations and influencers, globally we're seeing that it is amongst the top 5 of all channels when it comes to the consumer landscape. But if you look at what channels precede it, you've got social networking ads, you've got television ads, and the top 2 happen to be recommendations and positive online reviews. Now, influence could also be a subset of those. So is it within the top 5 or is it within the top 3 is something that is a question that's left up to all of us and the way we want to decipher it. But here's where it gets really interesting. Now, this is when we're looking at Asia Pacific as a market as compared to the rest of the world. And that's where the 36% comes back. As you can see, Taiwan ranks 2nd amongst all markets when it comes to influencers being able to create a positive impression about a brand. 2nd as compared to, well, Philippines, Indonesia, and so on and so forth. And as you see, when we move towards other parts of the world beyond Asia Pacific, that number drops. So influencer marketing is really, really important within this part of the world. And if we zoom in directly into Taiwan, let's see what the 36 means. It means that amongst the role of advertising in Taiwan, recommendations is first, followed by positive reviews by people, then followed by influencers. And every other form of advertising, be it television ads, video platforms, so on and so forth, are subsequent to this. So it's safe to say that we've moved into what you could call an era which has gone beyond advertising. So advertising, in its essence, is not the only way for you to be able to get your message across. And if that's a fact, then we need to really start asking ourselves, some very big questions about how we approach this piece. So let's look at this. How are we approaching influence? I've tried to draw out a simple diagram, so to say, of how we've been doing it this far. And this is something that I understand from all the conversations that I've had with brands, with various other agencies, etc. And I can see that the starting point is we choose creators. We choose the people we want to work with. We choose those faces that we know are the famous people, the trending people, etc. We move through this journey of production, deciding what we want to create, and then at the end of it, we're observing outcomes. Fair enough, that's the journey. But if you're looking at what's going on right now, we know that we've reached a place where the creators themselves have gone beyond ads. So it's safe to say that the creators themselves are the media. After all, it doesn't really matter which platform this creator rests on. As a matter of fact, most of them are equally popular across platforms. So if they are the media, then we all know that media is measured. And if media is measurable, then we really need to relook at how we want to look at this journey. So is it about choosing creators, or is it about defining outcome? Is it about measuring results, or is it about just finding out what we are able to achieve at the end of it? And it's this shift that we want to really bring in, and it's this shift that we think will be the key factor in how we approach content marketing from a media lens. The way we do it at Group M, at WPP, is we use a content aggregation platform. We call it INCA. INCA stands for Influencer Content Amplification. And essentially, it's a platform that brings in all data related to creators and what they've been creating. And it gives us an ability to move in the direction where we can quantify and plan strategically. For the sake of this presentation, we are looking at data from Taiwan. As of now, we've got 21,000 creators that we are following. These creators are from your top 3 social platforms. That's Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. It's not all the creators, but it's all the creators that matter. So by looking at the data, the 3 million odd pieces of content that are created by these individuals over probably the last 3 years, we're able to make a good understanding, we're able to have a good understanding on categories, competition, etc., and make suggestions from there. So what are the questions that we ask? How do we differ? How do we move towards a more intelligent way of planning? First of all, we go beyond who they are. Everyone knows who the influencer is because they are influential, so that's a given. We know the content, we know these people, we know the background to their lives. As marketeers, we really aren't really bothered about these individuals. We're bothered about our target audience. So what's more important is how many of those individuals who follow the influencer fall within my core target audience set by demographics, by location, and how many of those individuals are genuine followers. This is the kind of information that you're able to get from social media APIs, but it also needs a certain number of algorithms in order to check that. Usually, each creator will have this information with them. It's hard to get that from the creator unless you've really decided to work with them. And the way we're thinking about transforming this process is you look at the creator at the last stage. What instead you need to be looking at is bigger pieces which can help you define who those creators are. So instead of starting with the creator, we may want to start with the KPIs or the metrics that we want to go ahead and plan with. Most of us will think that, social media metrics like likes and engagements might be the right way to go about it. Fair enough, but what about our marketing goals? Can we have something which can get us closer to achieving those objectives instead? Here's an example of what we've done as a study of the single malt alcohol category in Taiwan using Inca as a platform. So we've keyed in some brands, and we've tried to look at how many of them have been leveraging creators, influencers, or KOLs, whichever one you would want to call them by, over the last 1 year. And as an outcome of these activities, we've been able to see what's the kind of reach each of these brands have been able to generate. So it's clear out here that Macallan has been doing a lot between the end of 2019 and moving into 2020. And then you have other brands who've also been taking up the spikes that they have. But through this, what we're able to do is we're able to create a benchmark for ourselves. So let's assume we're trying to have a campaign planned in November or December of this year. I can go back, I can look at what the category and what the competition was doing in the previous year. I can come up with a target for myself. So for the first time, we're starting off with a benchmark, we're starting off with a target, as compared to having just started off with choosing who we want to work with. Moving beyond this, it's not only about who we choose to work with, it's also about how much we want to do. Again, we can understand a lot from the category itself. Same tool, same set of audience, same study. We're looking at the content pieces that have been created. So we can understand who the creators are, we can understand what are the pieces, who've been getting more engagements, likes, etc. But that's not the information that we want to see. Neither do we want to look at it from a manual perspective. Using an algorithm, what we're able to do is we're able to split all of this and look at it from a chart wherein you have relevance on one axis and scale on the other. So all of a sudden, in a rather automated way, it's very simple for us to understand that lifestyle celebrities and travel celebrities and beauty celebrities happen to be the top best individuals that I should work with if I want to create relevant content for the category, which is single malt alcohol. And the reason for this is because at the end of it, when you're working on content marketing, you pay for the production of that piece of content. So the more targeted, the more relevant, the lesser the pieces that you create, there's a saving out there while being able to also get the same kind of output as compared to not having it planned in a strategic way. Okay, so if we take these three pieces, first of all, looking beyond the creator and looking at who they can influence. Secondly, looking at the category and creating a benchmark for yourself. And third, understanding which group of creators would be the best ones. These three pieces in itself are able to move us from a place where we've essentially started estimating to a place where we can create a target for ourselves. And once we have this, this becomes the premise on how we can plan our content marketing. And as far as planning is concerned, well, the data gives us more understandings on what we can do out there too. For instance, which platform should I choose? Now again, this is data related to the same study. We are just moving along with that. So let's assume I'm looking at reach as my target goal. And I can see that, well, while you have creators across Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, the reach drivers essentially out here are Instagram and YouTube. Okay, so the question is then from a communications perspective, am I able to deliver my story through image-based posts or short-form video? If that's okay, then I can go with micro or macro influencers on Instagram. If I know my story requires a long-form video piece, then the obvious solution is YouTube. But I know that within YouTube, I should either be working with a macro or a mega influencer. The classifications of these are based on the size of followers that they have. Another thing that we can do is, sorry, this slide is not too clear. Nevertheless, what we've done is we're looking at keywords within a category that have received the most amount of reach or engagements. We can very quickly identify who are the individuals who've created content within that category, specific to the brands or the competitors that we're working with. So it's very easy to identify the top performers, so to say. In some cases, that's good for us as brands, as marketeers, because we want to leverage the same individuals. Then again, certain brands and marketeers will decide to stay away from these individuals. So either ways, the data is able to help us make quick choices, and it's able to sift through all of that in order to give us a better learning. And now that we've been able to go through the whole process of figuring out a benchmark for ourselves, figuring out what's happening in the category, creating a sense of what we want to own and achieve, and then deciding what kind of individuals we want to work with. That's where we finally land on, say, the creator, or hypothetically, the set of creators that we want to create these campaigns with. And when you're looking at this lens of the data, the way the market works right now is, we judge a creator's profile based on the average engagements or the average scores that these individuals have. However, in reality, as you can see in this case, there is a difference between what reactions a creator enjoys on their organic pieces of content, where they're just talking about their lives and their everyday activities, things that their fans really like, compared to the branded pieces of content which they're putting out where they're talking about, well, an endorsement, for the lack of a better word. And as you can see, in this case, these two posts are probably just 3 days apart, but the engagement rates on the branded post is 3 times lesser than that on the organic post. Again, what we've tried to do in this case is we've deployed a couple of algorithms to identify the difference between a branded post and an organic post. So when we're saying that, when we're saying that, we're able to quantify exactly what we're going to get, it's not based on the top level, but it's based on the deep understanding of how well the KOL actually performs. In other markets other than Taiwan, it's a mandate for KOLs to place a tag mentioning that it's branded content. So the tool is even smarter in those places. In other places, in places like Taiwan where it's not, we deploy AI algorithms in order to figure this out. So essentially, if you're looking at the cycle, this never-ending cycle of how we plan and how we execute our content marketing campaigns, strategy and ideation and planning can essentially be taken over by a data platform, because we're able to aggregate all of this readily available information. We're able to ask it the right questions from the lens of relevance, the lens of your target audience, the lens of the profile, and obviously the performance that you want. And you're able to create a plan which is going to not just set a benchmark for you, but also going to be something which you can use to continuously optimize campaign over campaign. And the proof of concept really isn't within the campaigns itself. It's in how we have seen outcomes come beyond it. So this is a brand lift study that we've created for a campaign that we've done with Haagen-Dazs. You can clearly see the difference in the top of mind recall between individuals who've not been exposed to the campaign versus the individuals that had seen that content campaign. We've also we've done an A/B testing with using content from creators versus using brand out communication in media, and we've seen a 30% uplift on engagement levels when you're using creator content. We've also taken creator content and used it in a native fashion in long-form advertorials to see if what we've created is as seamless as possible, wherein will the audience actually pick it as something which is branded, or will it be considered as editorial content? And it seemed to work just fine. So those are some studies that we've done. And besides that, we're trying to keep up with the trends also, and that's just as important as being able to quantify everything that we're doing. And as of today, it's not just about communication going virtual. The communication is virtually coming from individuals who are not, human anymore. So we had data which is able to quantify, which is getting us to a place where we can decide on how we can plan who we want to work with. And as of today, you have AI deciding to come in and become one of those equally influential characters. So this happens to be Sophia. Sophia is by far the most famous humanoid globally. She represents certain topics at the United Nations. She's been on a lot of talk shows. And obviously, she is a global creator, a content creator, and a part of our platform. So just to wrap it up, in a sense, as of today, when you're going beyond advertising and you're in the space where content is relevant at every single point in that funnel, the real question that we should be really asking ourselves is how exactly do we plan for it, and how exactly do we create not something which is based on a hypothesis, rather something that has been deduced from a scientific approach towards what we want to create and who we want to work with. And once we have moved into that production, the ideal way of actually accelerating it is moving beyond that single point of influence and being able to take it into the whole spectrum of amplification. And that's where you get the most amount of ROI on the production or the content pieces that you've done. That's us. We are Inca. We are a content marketing solution from Group M. That's the way we believe we should be working on content marketing, and that's intelligent influence. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢. 谢谢. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. So we listened to a lot of different presentations from different keynote speakers. We have learned a lot from them. So next, we're going to see a pre-recorded video. We're going to invite Patrick Deloy, the Managing Director of Isobar Commerce, Chief Growth and Strategy Officer of Dentsu Commerce. His title is The Path to Total Commerce, a 360-degree view on the main elements of a future-proof commerce strategy. Now let's welcome him.
This is Patrick Deloy. I'm Managing Director of Isobar Commerce. Today I would like to talk about the path to total commerce, a 360-degree view on the major elements of a future-proof commerce strategy. Let's look a little bit at the history of e-commerce. If we look at the last 10 years of e-commerce sales growth, we see that in every country basically, and this is just an example from the US, e-commerce has grown about 15 to 18% year on year, which is of course much higher than traditional retail sales, which has only grown about 3 to 4% over the same amount of time. So e-commerce has always grown much faster than traditional retail sales over the last 10 years. And this is true across all the main merchandise categories. We look at food and beverage, we look at home furnishing, we look at health and beauty, sporting goods, etc. All of them have seen major growth from close to 30%, 25%, over 20%, etc. So growth everywhere in all the e-commerce categories. So this has been basically the model over the last few years. Something has obviously changed very drastically over the last few months, and everyone knows what it is, right? So whereas, you know, when we looked at the forecast beginning of this year, beginning of 2020, we looked at 2020 e-commerce forecast for the year, and the forecast would have been fairly stable over the year. January, February into March, towards middle of the year, you know, it should be a fairly stable growth, about the 15+% across all countries globally. However, what has changed obviously is COVID. And what COVID has changed is that our e-commerce spending has exploded across all the countries everywhere globally. And we see this is just an example from Australia and New Zealand, where e-commerce growth has basically grown to a higher spend than on any of the highest, holiday spends typically across e-commerce. And every retailer knows most of the business actually throughout the whole year is done during the holiday time. So this is basically the new normal that we're looking at. So in e-commerce growth that basically you know, a lot of studies say the e-commerce growth of the next 5 to 10 years that has been projected over the next 5 to 10 years has basically happened in the last few months. And this will not come back anytime soon. In other words, even if traditional retail comes back to a certain degree, it won't go back to the same way as it was before, because we have a lot of new customers, especially parts of the older population, that suddenly got used to e-commerce. They had to, because suddenly shops were closed. Suddenly it was more dangerous, and it is still more dangerous to get out. So this is just a new normal, and this is what every company and every business needs to look at. And we see this also across different surveys that we have done internally within Dentsu. We see, for example, one survey that we've done across a lot of companies and retailers across the US, North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. We asked basically, what actions have you taken to respond to the consequences of the pandemic on your customers and your business? And it has become very clear that the majority of replies here, you see basically number 2, 3, 4 is all around increasing online channels, reducing offline channel footprint, and expanding e-commerce presence. So e-commerce is really a key consideration for every business during this pandemic because, of course, of the explosive growth. We also see that this reflects very much in the investments. So another question that we asked was, in which capabilities do you think you will need to invest long-term in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic? And we see here as well, the top answer by a good margin was e-commerce. So 60% of all respondents said globally across all regions, including Asia Pacific, including Europe and the US, e-commerce is our #1 priority that we need to invest in because we see times are changing so fast with the pandemics. So this is one thing that has changed, and that really has changed forever. The other thing that has changed also very drastically is just how the typical consumer journey used to be. It used to be simple. If we looked at a consumer journey, typically it went from awareness, knowing about a product, to creating interest in the product or services, engagement with the customer, towards action, which would be the sale, and then towards loyalty, finally going out of the journey, and then basically back to the beginning. Now, of course, a lot of these parts are still true. However, what has changed is that now these considerations are all over the place. If we look at the whole consumer journey now, from pre-purchase to purchase to post-purchase, we see that there are a lot of channels involved. We look at search, we look at social media, we look at direct marketing, bought media, we look at different purchase channels, either through the web, mobile, retail stores, marketplaces. That doesn't even include terminals and other, voice commerce and other outputs and inputs, towards post-purchase, which is around loyalty programs, but also customer service and other channels that customers would interact with. The main consideration is here that customers are all over the place, and each of these channels, each of these touch points are connected with each other. So it's not enough to only look at the customer that comes from the email marketing directly into the direct-to-consumer website, then directly into the loyalty program, but in fact it's all interwoven. What that means for companies, for retailers, for brands is really that a business needs to capture the customer when their shopping intent is highest, and that can be across all these different touch points. That basically means whenever, just to give an example, when you send, for example, if a customer sees an advertisement for a brand on a social media channel, let's say on Facebook or a Line or WeChat or anything else, it should be made, the business should make it as easy as possible just at that moment in time for their customer to buy that product or service. It shouldn't be an end all to this marketing effort, because what happens then is you create the attention, you capture the intent of the customer at that very moment, but you don't enable the customer to buy at that very moment. And what can happen then is just 1 minute later, the customer has forgotten, right? Because there's so much information out nowadays, that customers, they don't necessarily remember you just a minute or 5 minutes later. This is really key to this concept. So the way we look at it really, and this is where total commerce comes in, and what we call total commerce is really the concept that we no longer go shopping as we used to, right? Go to the market, go shopping, go to retail, etc. We are always online shopping. We are always online shopping through all the channels. So as a company, as a retailer, as a brand, I need to make sure I can capture the customer when that shopping intent, that online shopping intent is highest through any channel that I have. And just to put this a little bit into a historical perspective, right? We look at, the past of e-commerce where, starting in the 1990s, internet was just growing up. The early marketplaces started in the 2000s with Amazon and others. Mobile commerce, about 10 years later, mobile commerce became very important with the emergence of smartphones, obviously, and more customers did not sit in front of their computer anymore. Instead of they started to browse through products on their smartphone. And this is very much where we're heading towards now. The recent past and what we call the present is all around omni-channel. And you've probably heard a lot around omni-channel already. It's become almost a little bit of an old hat already because everyone knows it as well. You need to be able to connect the different channels. This is all about customer centricity, making sure that the customer can interact with the brand, with the retailer through the different channels, whether that's the direct-to-consumer website, social media channels, etc. But then creating the right touch points as well with the retail stores, if there are retail stores, for buy online, pick up in store, click and collect, all these O2O integrations. But now the future that we're looking at is basically one big step further. We call it total commerce. It's really about commerce being available everywhere at any time across all channels, a customer-centric organization where information is available everywhere as well, and data just becomes ubiquitous. And new technology like AR, also AI and machine learning, etc., is made to good use as well in that future. So for us, it really becomes key to understand the who, what, when, where, and how behind customer behavior, because only that will enable retailers and businesses to move towards a total commerce feature. So there are a few key considerations to this, especially in front of how you interact with the consumer. One consideration is don't just transact, but interact with the customer. You want to make sure, of course, you make a sale, but you also want to make sure you create a brand advocate, right? You want to make sure you have a happy customer that actually sings in the highest praise of your products, of your service, of your e-commerce e-commerce channels. Considering that, people aren't just accounts, they are individuals, right? Everyone has their own needs, their own wishes, their own plans. So key to that really becomes as well for any kind of business, for any kind of retail, to understand what the customer wants and to provide them the right information at the right time. Right? And don't just seek to sell, but seek to understand as well. And this is really around, getting the right information from the customer as well to be able to create this brand advocate, to create this loyal customer who will happily come back and buy from you again. So this all for us leads into what we call the 7 pillars of total commerce. And this is really meant to be the essence as well of a lot of these considerations that we've looked at before. To start with the first point, establish digital category influence. What you want to make sure is that when customers or prospective customers think about you, they find you in the digital space, right? Because we all know there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of clutter. You need to make sure you are found and you are found well. This, is true for search engines. This is true for social media. This is true also for marketplaces, for any channel that is out there, right? Making sure that you are influential, specifically in the products or services that you offer. Don't let clutter or noise overtake customers that genuinely look for your services. Second point, refocus on lower level purchase activity. So you're getting all this traffic, you're getting all these, interested consumers, prospective consumers through the top of the funnel. You want to make sure you can convert them, right? Don't let them just hang in there somewhere in the middle of the funnel. Make sure they can go through that funnel. Make sure you can actually move them towards purchase, right? Remove any obstacles that are in the way, any hindrances, anything that could just stop a customer to really go to the end of the funnel for you to make the sale to the customer. Third point, regain authority over products and services. Now, again, a lot of companies, a lot of brands, of retailers, there's competition out there, but they also create a lot of their own competition internally. Either may it be with distributors that are sometimes competing with some of the larger brands or retailers, or other third-party sellers, etc. Making sure that you have authority over the products and services that you sell is really key to the total commerce strategy, because otherwise consumers will easily get confused that they get a totally different level of service or support, a different level of customer-centric organization when they buy maybe the same product, but from a totally different source, right? So making sure you are in control of where your products and services are sold. Fourth point, help improve brand experiences. Again, this is around making sure you create not just loyal consumers, but also brand advocates. You want consumers that are enthusiastic about your products, about your services. You want to create an experience, provide a brand experiences that really is something different as well, and that really stands out, because this is really key to also consumers singing of you later in highest praises, right? And also telling their networks, their friends, their family, acquaintances about what a great experience they had with your brand, with your retail channel, etc. Fifth point, reach customers wherever they are, anytime. We mentioned this already, making sure through all the channels, all the touch points that a customer or a future customer is interacting with, you can actually reach them through these channels. They're not dead endpoints. And that also relates to the next point, number 6, make it easy to buy anywhere at any time. If a customer wants to buy, just don't make it artificially difficult. Make sure they can really go directly from creating the intent. When you create the intent with the customer, go directly to the sales channels, to the checkout, and for the customer to purchase your product when they have interest, when you pique their interest. When they have your brand, your product, your service top of their mind. And lastly, this is really to create basically then the repeat cycle, building the customer loyalty, brand influences. Again, this is a lot around getting to know the customer, getting to know the customer well, being able to create a loyal customer and, of course, a brand influencer who can tell about the brand through all the channels and basically magnify and amplify your message. And what that leads to from our perspective, and what is really the end goal of a whole total commerce roadmap and strategy, is to create what we call a flywheel or a virtuous cycle. There are multiple names for that, but the main point is here, for any consumer journey that you look at, for any kind of customer, through all the different touch points and channels that we looked at before, throughout researching, learning about the products, going into the experience, right? Interacting with your brand, interacting with the sales channels, going into the actual purchase the product through the sales channels and then into loyalty to create this flywheel that basically goes round and round. You want to make sure once a customer gets into loyalty, they had a great experience. It was easy for them to purchase the product. They're a happy and loyal customer. They just go straight to the beginning of the cycle again, right? You want them to go again through the experience, you know, purchase again more, right? Increase the lifetime value of that customer. And this is really why it's called a flywheel, because from our perspective, if a business, if a retailer, if a brand is really able to set up the right flywheel, the right considerations within the research and learning about the product, the whole experience, the purchased product, and the loyalty, this really creates a flywheel effect, because consumers will get back, they will come back, and they will purchase again because they don't have any reason not to, right? And this is a lot around as well, measuring the right points here as well across the whole cycle here, right? So going from the researching and learn part, where we need to make sure, you know, you show up well in, you know, search results and the findability as well, towards experience, where it's all around the different channels that are offered by any retailer or brand, towards the purchase, where the typical KPIs is to look at the conversion rate, the average order value, percentage of sales by e-com channels, etc., towards loyalty, which is all around, of course, you know, creating these return visits, creating positive mentions as well through all channels, and having great review and recommendations, which entices then new prospective customers to also give your brand a try, to also start with the experience, right, go into purchase and into loyalty. So, and from a roadmap perspective, we talked in the very beginning about this 360-degree view on the future-proof strategy. So now something that we recognize very well as Isobar, because we work with a lot of businesses, many of which are still at very early stages. Nothing wrong about this, right? The main point is here for you know, a lot of our clients and a lot of companies and retailers, how can we get to that stage towards total commerce? For us, it's really part of a roadmap that is developed over time. So typically we look at the very early stages, which maybe just start with, let's say, a very simple, you know, e-commerce site, at least to enable direct-to-consumer transactions. This is really key to the very start, right? And we're able to already measure sales KPIs through e-commerce channels. But then we want to go to the next step. We want to go into cross-channels. We want to enable basic cross-channel functionality like in-store pickup, in-store return, endless aisle functionality. We want to make sure we start to have a data warehouse and we can measure KPIs through the different sales channels. Then going the next step from there, we look at basic omni-channel features. We look at inventory that's available through all the different channels. At the same time, we want to look at customer service that has a full view on all the different channels. That's not segregated channel by channel. We also want to make sure we can measure digitally influenced sales from online to offline, right? Because keep in mind, 3 of 4 in-store sales actually start digitally. So 3 in 4 customers that buy something in retail stores have actually researched that product or service or whatever online before. So we want to make sure whatever is done online also reflects positively of the sales that are done in traditional retail channels. Then we're going into advanced omni-channel features. We look at a full integration of content and digital assets and commerce. We look at starting customer segmentation, which gets a little bit more complex. We want to start to be able to ship from store. We want to have a really universal customer data warehouse and KPIs that really can measure these impacts, O2O impacts and influences very adequately. Then the next step is we're going into what we call pervasive commerce, which is all around creating a more personalized commerce experience that is data driven. We want to have a full digital in-store experience, terminals, etc. Right? So everything in stores is digitized. We have clienteling solutions. We have universal customer data that is also embedded and enriched with external data sources. And we have customer engagement that is defined on goals, right? To see like how customers behaving towards our brand. And this is, then towards the last step, which we have here, defined as the highest business maturity with the highest customer value, is the total commerce concept, everything around predictive personalization, not just reacting to customers, but predicting customers' behavior, giving them the right information, the right products at the right time, being able to understand before they buy, right? Basically providing them with the right options and creating a need, of course, before they buy anything. Detecting the context in terms of what they want to buy, being able to integrate as well the experience through APIs with all the other channels, right? Making sure the right technical ecosystem is in place so it can always be extended with new channels. Like, we talk a lot about artificial intelligence, machine learning. We talk a lot about, new outputs and channels like AR and VR, virtual reality and augmented reality. I talk about voice-activated commerce, right? Making sure that the right technical ecosystem is in place. So any novelties and new things that will always come up, right? This is a very innovative field, really. Can be integrated, and it doesn't mean that the whole system has to be redesigned. We have the core systems in place, and anything new can basically be plugged onto that. So this is really the end goal towards total commerce, and this is where we're trying our customers to get to. And it's really meant to be a roadmap, a strategy, but we very strongly believe this is really going to be the end point, and any customer, any business has to do that, right? Because what happens if a customer, just says, okay, this is actually not such a big deal, right? We just do business as usual. Well, you might have seen some of these, comics as well, and one very, pointedly, pointed comic that I've seen recently is this one here, right? Where in the boardroom, basically a manager says, "Oh, digital transformation is years away. I don't see our company having to change anything anytime soon." But you see here the wrecking ball already coming, which is COVID-19, which in fact, even without COVID-19, things are changing rapidly. COVID-19 has only accelerated everything, right? So every company, every retailer that has started in an earlier stage, they have somewhat of a head start, but that doesn't mean just because you're starting now, you don't have a chance to catch up, right? Because it also means you're avoiding some of the mistakes that some of the early movers have made already, and this is really the advantage to move second in this case, right? Or maybe a little bit later. But either way, I think, the end result that all of us will see is if you don't change, if a business doesn't change, a business will go under, right? And this is what's happening all the time, but this is something that we will especially see going forward now in the new time, the new normal. That's it. Thank you very much.
是的 ，Thank you for sharing.
So our morning session has come to an end. I want to apologize again. We delayed the opening of the forum because of the weather. So for our afternoon sessions, please return at 1:30. I know that the lunch time is very short. I'm sorry about that. We provide with you a lunchbox outside, so please be back at 1:30. Thank you.
is Roger Lee, Senior Director of Analytic Technology. I'm thrilled to be with you all today to talk about creative innovation. I spent over a decade
是的，现场所有的嘉宾们，非常感谢大家的配合。那么也欢迎回到我们的场内。那么今天我们下半场即将再过1分钟会正式的跟大家见面。那也希望
Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seat.
半场的议程就会跟大家见面喽。是的，再次感谢所有的嘉宾能够呢回到我。
Once again, thank you very much for joining us in the afternoon session. Our afternoon session will begin in 1 minute. And in the afternoon, we have a lot of distinguished speakers. The agenda is as tight as in the morning session. So very soon, in 30 seconds, we're going to invite the first speaker in the afternoon session. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good day. My name is Roger Lee, Senior Director of Ad Creative Technology in Verizon Media. I'm thrilled to be with you all today to talk about creative innovation. I spent over a decade focused on it. I'm very passionate about the immersive technologies and truly believe in this as the new frontier with the launch of 5G. I'm very excited to talk with you all today about immersion in 2021. 2020 has brought multiple global crises due to pandemic that have altered nearly every aspect of what we have once thought of as normal. And there is no turning back the clock. For brands and marketers, that means rapidly finding new ways to connect with consumer as our world literally changes by the minute. The other buzzword we have been talking about for years. Yes, that's right, 5G. It is now, but not the future. There has a larger amount of 5G supported devices to be in market, including Apple's iPhone 12 model as the first iPhone to support 5G networks. Adoption will really start to be in consumer hand in 2021. 5G all up is expected to really scale within the next 3 years. There are things you can do now that people can experience already, made even better as more things roll out. The good news is, with 5G, we have even more opportunities to meet users where they are in new and immersive ways, and to serve various purposes for them. In our research, 95% of consumers say they are spending more time consuming media. 3 in 4 consumers want new experiences. 65% of consumers are excited the possibility for 5G to accelerate the development of innovation technologies. So, how Verizon Media can help marketers to adapt to the new normal? Before I will share some cases we have done over the last few months with you, let's roll a sizzle video to start. In Verizon Media, we came up with various immersive solutions to help marketers to bring creativity to the next level, supercharged by 5G. We are very focused in transforming creativity with new experiences. COVID-19 has impacted many ways in people's daily life and prevented people from having social interactions. There has a rapid and drastic rise in consumption of on-demand content and in-home virtual experience, so the virtual world becomes our world. Like this DigiAsia event today, we can participate virtually from anywhere in the world. In the research, 83% of consumers want brands to connect people and help them stay emotionally close. 7 in 10 event planners have moved to virtual platforms, and many don't see this as a short-term fix. New virtual experience is fueled by technology and will be required to excite consumers. Here are some examples to transform events under new normal we have offered in Taiwan. We have hosted an AR concert live in Kaohsiung with Namri Wang Mingzhi. Namri has found a way to hold a live concert even during the current pandemic. The concert was made possible with the use of AR technology, which Yahoo TV provided this new technology used to bring the concert to life. Despite stating live in Kaohsiung, the concert was really performed by the rapper in his home country, Malaysia. Check it out how we have done that.
那我们今天来到这里呢，是一个摄影棚。那这个是一个绿屏的摄影棚。我们来这里做什么呢？因为我们今天呢有一场跟高雄市政府连线的一个演唱会，就是一场虚拟演唱会。就我人在马来西亚，可是我能够跟高雄马上。
好的，那么呢，今天我们因为也是在
Right, because we're using a new way to play the video, so we're having some technical issue. Please be patient with us. Please wait a moment before we fix the problem.
好的，那么等一下呢，我们会再一次的是邀请到我们的这个 Verizon Media 亚太区。
So later on, we're going to once again play the video presentation.
高山古老的城墙，塔罗牌、紫微斗数都说我虽大。
就是推广高雄观光的一场虚拟演唱会，我们可以不用到日本去，就可以在日本做演唱会，是不是可以？我们可以不用到美国去，就可以在美国做演唱会。跨国度的一场虚拟的连线的演唱会，全台湾第一场 ，check it out，yeah。
我也怕大家坐太久，我们突然觉得精神还蛮好的。好的，那么其实我们今天
Right, in the afternoon we'd have tight schedule. I am once again we have to apologize to you that we have cut your lunch break short. Of course, we're doing everything we can to bring you a brilliant forum.
DSP Summit. Keynote speaker combined with the 3D virtual character and motion capture technology presented a real-life experience for audience. Take a deeper look what we have done on this.
The 2020 Verizon Media DSP Summit was a VIP event for 3,000 marketers. It was also the first immersive online seminar in Taiwan. Real speakers intermingled with virtual objects within the virtual space. With the aid of 3D charts and graphics, we delivered the latest DSP knowledge and survey results that were easier to understand than a traditional slide projection. The host, who is also my buddy, presented himself as a personification of digital signals. By integrating his interaction seamlessly with the chat room editor into the script, we had the audience believe it was a live event. The Cyberpunk Virtual DJ Show is a combination of motion capture and animation AI algorithm. We inspired our clients to envision large-scale entertainment in the future.
What happens when you mix storytelling with technological innovations? In our research, 54% of consumers want to participate in an experience that utilizes innovative technology. 2 times the engagement level versus same experience without AR. Innovation and creativity are at our core, but that isn't all we do. To take this further, we push the envelope to utilize cutting-edge technology to create next-generation content experience for our consumers. In this summer, we partnered with London College of Fashion to create the Fabric of Reality, a fully immersive fashion show. It was the opportunities for 3 innovative designers, Charlie Cohen, Tamura, and Sabina, to present their collections using Verizon Media technology. It is the first of its kind. We have built the entire 3D world, together with 3D model of the futuristic fashion walking around the 3D world. This is a virtual reality fashion exhibition aim to take audience on a journey to explore the story and narrative behind the designer's collection. Interactive, immersive digital experiences are the future of the live event.
So the virtual fashion show is a great start to what we want to accomplish with virtual events. If you've had the pleasure of experiencing the virtual fashion show, you've seen how immersive and interactive 3D fashion can be.
What an exciting day. We're shooting the Fabric of Reality here, which is really a mixed media show where we're creating an event around a fashion show in virtual reality, and then we're shooting that virtual reality to create a 2D stream that we then broadcast out in our ecosystem. A wonderful marriage of 2D opportunities for audiences at scale mixed with some really cutting edge new tech and new media.
Once you're outside, you get to explore the meaning of space and time. You will also see crystals in our story world. They represent a way of looking into the future, as well as seeing your own reflection from the past.
We're doing this because we know that ultimately our North Star is 5G. So we need to build more immersive, more interactive, and smarter productions. And in London, we built a 5G studio to really prepare us for the future, to help us transform our business, our brands, but also to work with advertisers to really ready their brands for the transformative opportunities that 5G will provide.
This is an energetic, fantastical environment, placing you inside a live concert. You can see DJ Gudetama suspended on chains playing to the crowd. By all
5G, what we can do is we can make these experiences even more real, make them even more immersive, by integrating more photorealistic content, by integrating more interactivity tools in real time. That's truly what 5G is going to bring to the virtual event space.
And now we are cavemen of the virtual age.
I absolutely love this quote from one of our designers that we've worked with, Damara Ingles. She said, "We are the cavemen of the virtual age, the very early explorers of a virtual era that is yet to fully unfold." Now, I like to think that we've started that journey with the Fabric of Reality, but I really look forward to seeing where it goes next.
We have another immersive event launched in September. We've created passion moments to tell the Hong Kong story in the next generation content experiences. Let's take a look on this video to know what this is. Present the news event that has happened in the past in 3 dimensions. Through VR and AR technology, users can re-experience the passion moments that took place in the past 25 years in Hong Kong. From using AR to experience the virtual dancing dragon in the camera live, to a 360 bird view on both sides of Victoria Harbour to experience Hong Kong history. Everyone with the headset put on can jump in the virtual world, joining the event to experience our passion moments in the first hand. The campaign showcased the future format of news is no longer just text, pictures, images, or videos, but immersively connected to the past. And the possibility of virtual live event is no longer bounded with video, but an immersively new format. Here is a QR code. You can scan to get the experiences yourself with all the immersive content in the event. This is what we have done recently to showcase various ways in using innovative technologies to enhance content experience in an immersive way. On the other side, for advertisers and brands, the future of storytelling is now, and marketers are struggling to keep up the pace. In our research, 83% of marketers are looking for new ways to tell their brand story this year. We develop engaging and forward-thinking content experiences and distribute them at scale with Verizon Media Content Network. We are offering brands to tell their story in an immersive way, supercharged by our app platform technologies. With that in mind, we have just launched a new series of immersion event a couple days back. We call it Verizon Media Immersion 2021. This is a series of events that will offer a window on the future powered by innovative technology. You can hear from industry experts and watch inspiring, thought-provoking video programming. And we created Project Midnight, which is a virtual escape room from the talented team from Riot, an award-winning content studio and storytelling partner at Verizon Media. This experience promises to be both brain-teasing and spine-tingling. Gather your friends to work together, find the clue, and decode the mystery of Project Midnight. Let's play the video.
You must hurry!
What's more, we have recently announced the launch of Verizon Media Immersive Suite. This is a toolset. We aim to use it for creating more immersive content at Verizon Media, as well as to offer to our advertisers to help them telling their brand story in an immersive way. We can use Verizon Media Immersive Suite for creating many AR experiences that can be easily built. With the tool, we can optimize drastically the production cost and time for AR experiences. As well as to maximize the scale, we can distribute via mobile web. It can eliminate the trouble of installing extra app for immersive content. This is how we distribute AR content across desktop, mobile, search, ads, and social network, as being used in the Hong Kong Passion Moments campaign as I shared with you earlier. It has never been possible before. We can leverage the coverage of Verizon Media Content Network to distribute immersive content at scale. This can essentially maximizing the campaign ROI. Now, we are offering this tool and solution to marketers to help adopt to the new immersive world for digital marketing. I hope with the last 20 minutes, I have shown a few of the possibilities for a world infused with 5G and XR technologies. 5G and XR will provide the connective tissue to fuel the next generation of humanity. This will be a world with endless possibility. I hope I've inspired you all to shift your focus to the future, not only to embrace, but become an active stakeholders to help shape it. You all here are the future, and I look forward to building a new world with you. Let's partner together. Verizon Media as a place to experiment, work on immersive ads, or join a virtual creative workshop to brainstorm for your brand for something more engaging. We are here to create the future of content today with you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lee. We can see now we are so close to each other through digitalization and through technology. Well, thank you for coming back to our afternoon sessions. We're going to invite Ms. Irene Chen, VP of Nielsen Media Research. Now, please put your hands together to welcome Irene. Hello, everyone. So So I'm a real person here, so this is not from a pre-recorded video. You saw a lot of things related to creative, but here I want to show you the real world. I want to show you for this whole year, well, 2020 is coming to an end. In terms of the use of media, what are the differences? What kind of implications are brought? Just a minute, please. So before I begin, please reflect upon the beginning of 2020. I mean, remember at the beginning of this year, I felt that, oh, it's a new year. I don't know what my boss would ask me to do, lots of new ideas and new initiatives. So I decided to spend my Chinese New Year first. But we see things started to change during the Chinese New Year. I remember 2 days before the Chinese New Year holiday, somebody called me, say, I wanted to go to China, but I feel that I need masks. Can you buy me some masks? I remember I parked my car in front of a pharmacy and I asked the pharmacy owner to see if they carry any masks. And he said no. I started to feel that things may get a little bit complicated. And then 2020 has been a very surprising year for me. So for this past year, the use of media started to show some assumptions. So what has been changed and what has not changed in this challenging year? People may feel that only older people watch TV. If you're able to identify certain TV programs, then that means you are not young anymore. And then people say that digital content services are booming. And also people ask me in terms of ad spend, is it V-shaped or U-shaped recovery, or is it neither? So before I answer all these questions, I think, of course, at Nielsen, we have lots of data. So I want to show you people's use of media for the first half of the 2 halves of 2019 and the first half 2020. So you can see for H1 of 2020, in terms of the use of media, we can see an increase in all the categories. Like we pay attention to TV, internet, and mobile, we can see an increase over the 3 categories. Actually, last year, we know that in 2019, TV viewing has been decreasing. However, for the first half this year, it's increasing. So if we stay at home, does that mean we can resist the temptation of TV? Of course not. So this is interesting. This is for Q1. I think in April, Nielsen Worldwide did a report regarding COVID-19. Actually, the results surprised us. Do you see US, Australia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and Taiwan? So these are the major countries. And did you notice that for every one of these countries, there is some lockdown to a certain extent, and people have to work from home. So you can see that people spend more time watching TV. Taiwan, this is only a relative, smaller growth. So actually, February in Taiwan, people watch more TV because Chinese New Year, because, we have a longer holiday. In April, this is because, in other countries, the pandemic started to get very serious. But there's an exception, Korea. This is not that they didn't watch more TV. This is because in March, there was, a transmitting incident in the churches in Korea. So we can see a negative growth in Korea in terms of TV watching. However, overall, they still spend more time watching TV. So if people do have time, we still prefer large screens. But maybe we say it's older people who watch TV, right?
However, if you look at the TV viewing situation, if you look at January 2019 all the way to August 2020, so see, if we look at 2019, we look at the peak was in July or August or February and March during holiday, during winter or summer breaks. However, this year, which is quite surprising, the peak was not during holidays, was not during the summer break. It was in the first quarter. So you can see on January 20th, it was during the election date. However, afterward, we can see the number keep increasing. If you look at April, well, it surprised us that actually 15 million people watched TV on that day. Think about the total population in Taiwan, only 23 million. And everyone spent 250 minutes or more on TV. How many hours would that be? It's a very long time actually. And also to our surprise, from Monday to Friday, you're supposed to be working or staying at school, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We can see the TV rating increased by 10%. Well, that's a huge number. If we look at April individually, what will we see? This is April. So we look at TV viewing by hour. You see the darker purple. This is the 2019, and the lighter purple is 2019. Darker purple is 2020. And we can see there's a big increase, which is noontime. Okay, TV rating increased all the way to 215. I think this is, obvious why, because we watch the press conference held by the Ministry of Health and Welfare to let us know how many new cases were increased every day. So it's important for us to be able to see what's happening. So we feel that news programs are important, but is that really the case? So you can see outer circle 2020, inner circle 2019. So you see the blue part is increasing. So you can see during the pandemic, people pay a lot of attention to news. So you can see there is a big growth. However, sports are decreasing because, all the sports games were not able to be held. So lots of them are, like repeat showing. So we can see the percentage was dropping. At that time, the viewing hours increased by 198 hours, and rating increased by 30%, and reach increased by 13%, and viewing minutes increased by 7 minutes. So this tells us that we have a lot of demand, strong demand toward information. So that's what happened during weekdays. What about weekends? Weekends, this is even more interesting because normally in the past, during weekends, these people don't watch TV that often. However, in larger Taipei area, we can see the white-collar people, people with high income, especially students from 15 to 24 years old. We assume that they don't watch TV anymore. However, we can see that they spend longer time on TV, and TV is able to attract more viewers. So does that mean that only older people watch TV? Not necessarily. It depends on whether you have the time. If you have the time to watch TV, if we cannot go out, we have to stay at home. So TV will still be an option for us. So if TV is an option for us, what about the internet? Isn't that an option? Of course it is. So we see another situation. At the same time, you can see the average time spent on the internet and the average time spent on smartphone. These two are increasing. So that means overall, no matter what kind of media you are using, we are spending more time on different media outlets because we cannot go out. We have to kill our time on the internet or on the smartphone. So if that's the case, during COVID-19. So what has changed? So what changed is the reliance of users. There are light, middle, and heavy users. If you spend more than 5 hours, then you are categorized as a heavy user. So if you look at this, during weekdays, light users become middle users. During weekends, we can see there's a lot of increase to heavy users. So that means people spend more time on the internet. So in terms of the number of minutes spent on the internet, this is on the increase. So what do people do on the internet? So we can see music, radio, TV. Of course, these are increasing. But what's interesting is what's in the middle. We can see e-service and online banking. So during COVID-19, there's a lot of change in the economy. For example, the stock market has been, fluctuating. So people have more demand for online banking, and they open a brokerage account. And also e-government is increasing because, we have to file our tax. So more people choose to file their taxes electronically. And of course, online shopping takes up a big pie. And we see online shopping, browsing, e-store, they are increasing. However, the biggest increase came from group purchase. And also because of social distancing, a lot of IP phone call, voice calls, or online dating, virtual interaction. We see more and more of this. We see people spend more time on TV, on the internet. So how do we prioritize these different media? If we compare TV viewer and internet users, we can see that these two actually complement each other. So when you watch TV, then you don't binge watch on the internet. So we can see these media outlets are complement each other. So we can create ads of different formats to increase our reach to the consumers. And we can see that people are using 2 devices at the same time. So how can we make use of the media more appropriately? We hope that we can create these effects. We want to use ads to increase consumers' awareness, increase memory, increase interest, or increase the purchase intent. And what kind of ads should we distribute? What kind of ads are what the consumers need? So we don't need to limit ourselves to one type of ad. According to different creativity, different targets, we can place ads in different channels. So we can see, people spend a lot of money at home, and then not just older people watch TV. So is this a U-shaped or V-shaped recovery? So these are the countries that Nielsen have operation in. So before COVID-19, we see the changes of ads in different countries. We can see they are decreasing, but there are variations. But 2 markets are the exceptions. You can see the light blue, Belgium and the Netherlands. It's interesting that their TV ads are not they are not decreasing. What about Taiwan? YOY means compared to the same period of last year. So we show you from March to May, and then July to September. Of course, compared to last year, ads spent are decreasing because companies are trying to save money. However, during the COVID and after the COVID, we can see media ad spend are recovering very fast. We don't see a very big gap here. So that means, although during the pandemic, businesses are more conservative. However, in terms of post-pandemic era, I think the recovery is fast. But are there any differences in terms of ad investments? If we look at different categories of ads, so you can see that as a reference. The first type is called the growth category. That means compared to last year, this year we have seen an increase. During the pandemic, it's increasing. There's more ad spend, and also after the pandemic, it's still increasing. So you can see for ads investment, the growth category is the products that people need to use. The second type is the recovery type. Compared to last year, this year's ad investment is decreasing. For example, movies, Mandarin films and Western films. Compared to last year, the ad spends are decreasing. However, we can see post-pandemic or during the pandemic, the ad investments are increasing. We can see travel agency and building architecture, they have their demands. They need to still increase their investment after the pandemic. So we think this is the recovery type. And what about the new type? This is very interesting. It may be increasing for the entire year. However, during the pandemic, the ad investment is small. However, afterwards, it's increasing. What about the warning type? We know the airline industry. This year, during the entire year, the airline industry is making very little ad investment. So is it U-shaped or V-shaped recovery in the industry? I should say this is a K-shape. Some industries, some types are performing well, and some are suffering. So we can see if we look at other countries' ads, they talk about, wash your hands more often, stay at home. In Taiwan, we see, for example, things about, stimulus vouchers, about pandemic prevention. But, the approach in Taiwan is very different from other countries. So we talk about stimulus vouchers. During the pandemic, this is a very popular topic, very popular issue. So lots of advertisers use this concept. On the left-hand side, you can see the dotted line. This is the engagement. And the bars are the results. So before the use of stimulus vouchers, there are a lot of discussion, lots of engagement, but not that much results. But afterwards, there are more results than engagement. So if you look at the discussion over the use of stimulus vouchers, we see that there are more, good reviews with, the virtual stimulus vouchers. But, more people use paper stimulus voucher. How come there are a lot of negative reviews? It's because people need to line up to get the vouchers. But for, virtual stimulus vouchers, people talk about what kind of, bonus points they could get by using credit card. So here I want to give you the summary highlights of my presentation. First, so we have to change our stereotype toward media use. We have to really come back to how much time we have at hand. If I have a lot of time, how would I use different media? This is something that we have never thought of before the pandemic, because before the pandemic, we feel that we had pretty much the same time. However, during the pandemic, we had more time at hand. So how we use our media outlets, this will be different. And then you have to quickly grasp ad spend, the trends, and the public sentiment. You have to choose the right media outlets. And also, cross-media, multimedia is a very important concept. There is no one right media. You have to have the right media combination to win. We know winter is coming. We know there are more lockdowns in, for example, in Europe. I don't want to see that to happen in Taiwan. However, if we are forced to work from home, I hope that these learnings can be useful for you. Thank you.
总裁帮我们带来相当精辟的这个剖析哦。好。
Thank you very much for your presentation. And next, we're going to play another video. We're going to invite Mr. Justin Payton. He is the Chief Transformation Strategy Officer, APEC, from Wunderman Thompson. The topic is transformation, what is important than ever, and how to build into your brand DNA. Now let's look at the video.
My name is Justin Payton. I am the Chief Transformation Officer for Wunderman Thompson across APAC. And today I'm going to talk to you guys about transformation, obviously. In particular, I'm going to talk about why transformation is so important now and how to embed it as a part of your business and corporate DNA. I think we've all talked about transformation for quite some time, and I think there's been a big focus on the technology that's required in order to make this work. But I think what's important is that we not just think about the technology, but that we really recognize that the success of big transformation programs is just as much about the people as it is about everything else. And that's going to be the premise of my conversation with you guys today, is how much people are important and how much they drive your success. Now that said, I think it's really important that we start by looking at transformation from the beginning and why it's such an important topic. And for me, that really has to do with the pace of change. So if we look back in history, in the 1950s, about 88% of the Fortune 500 from the 1950s has disappeared. They're gone today. The interesting part is that about half of those brands have disappeared in the past 10 years. So what you're seeing is an acceleration of the pace with which companies churn and turn over within these indexes, and ultimately what we're saying is the pace with which large businesses move forward. And the interesting thing is, if we look at what research is telling us from people like McKinsey, is that what we've seen over the past year from COVID is that we're likely to see an acceleration of that pace and of that change. So this acceleration of change is causing a huge amount of pressure on business to transform, to keep up, to move ahead. And it's causing that to such a degree that if we look at just 2019, so pre-COVID numbers, we're looking at $1.2 trillion having been spent on transformation. That's a huge sum of money, especially in light of the fact that what we know is that, roughly speaking, 70% of large-scale transformation programs do not work. So if we look at that, we're talking about nearly $1 trillion being wasted, and that's according to CNBC. So these are phenomenal sums of money, and the more we want to look at the investment we make in transformation, the more we want to focus on driving the ROI. So we need to identify the problems, and we need to figure out how do we make this work for us, right? So what are the challenges? I would argue that one of the big challenges that we see today in transformation programs is that most businesses are really focused on eliminating the redundancies. So they're looking at systems, they're looking to optimize systems, they're looking to take the costs out of a business. In short, what they're really looking to do is extract value and find areas where something is happening that they can take out so they can extract that value and capitalize on that. The challenge with that is that's one-time value. You might save some money, but ultimately it's one time, and there's diminishing marginal returns. How much can you take out before you start to see a decreased benefit to the end consumer? So the focus really needs to be on how we create value. And that's especially apparent, and I've shown a couple catch-up models, but that's especially apparent when you look at brands like Kraft Heinz, and you can say, okay, there was obviously an acquisition, there were a whole bunch of things that happened, there was a whole bunch of cost cutting, but what you've seen is that the brand, because the focus has been on the cost cutting, hasn't kept up with the markets. And now what I would argue is that when you take your eye off of what your core business is really focused on and what you're really prioritizing, this is where failure steps in. And so when we think about transformation, it's no different. We need to think, what does our business really do? And that is where transformation can succeed. And this is a kind of find your why concentric circles. Some of you may have seen Seth Godin speak, and he does a talk on finding the right why. And I think that's especially important when we look at this. So when I look at the types of clients that we have around the region, I've had many conversations with clients who say to me things like this year, you know, with COVID, we really need to focus on cost cutting. We need to focus on eliminating the costs within our business so that we can just prioritize the things that are really going to help us grow. And that's our why. And so what are they going to do? They say, let's cut costs. How are we going to do it? We're going to take people out of the business. What are we going to do? We're going to put some marketing automation technology in. And I would argue that that's completely the wrong approach. You get to marketing automation technology, but your priority is completely on just cutting costs. And when we look at the businesses that have really stood the test of time, I think that there's a slightly different approach that matters. And we learn that in particular when we look at quotes from people like Keith Weed, who said, so obviously Keith Weed, ex-CMO of Unilever, who said, if you look after your customers, your business tends to look after itself. And that's really true when we look at the great brands that have stood the test of time, right? So I started off by saying change happens so quick. Well, these brands are the kinds of brands that have stood in those Fortune 100 for a hugely long period of time, right? Fortune 100, Fortune 500. And what we'd see is that all of these brands have had change programs. All of these brands have had cost-cutting programs. But in most cases, they all recognize what their first priority is, and that's maintaining a quality of service for their customer. So if we think back to the example of finding the right why, as opposed to saying we need to cut costs, so let's take headcount out and let's put marketing transformation in, what they would say is people are unable to get the great quality products and services that we've become famous for. So we need to make sure that people can get our services through any channel because they can't find us in the stores they've come to us in every day. So what are we going to do? Well, we need to make sure that we're personalizing things in every channel, that we're accessible in every channel, that we're delivering people with the right messaging in every channel so they can find us. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that through marketing automation technology. So that outer ring of how is still the same. It's still a transformation designed around marketing automation. But when we look at the inner circle, when we look at what drives the business to make this change, one business is doing it for costs, and the other business is doing it to make sure people maintain access to the quality of their product. And that change sounds quite subtle, and it sounds quite minimal because the outside layer, the how layer, remains the same. But it's actually very consequential because it changes the way that we would pursue differentiation in the marketplace. It changes the way we would set our priorities within the business. It changes the way we would structure a program and the KPIs that we would design to track and measure that program. It changes the team that we would build, and it changes how we operationalize that. And when we really think about what that means, think about any transformation program. We're all so used to hearing that these things may take a year, 2 years, etc., in order to come to fruition. But during that time, there are a huge number of meetings that you're going to have along the way where you will sit there and you will say, what do we need to do? How do we reprioritize all of the steerco meetings. And you're going to have to make compromises, and budgets are going to be tight, and you're going to have to do things different. And if your North Star, if that point of what's our key metric, it's cutting costs, if that's the key metric, what you're going to find is little by little, even if you started with the customer in mind and started with the best intent, you're gonna make sure you're prioritizing those costs along the way, as opposed to making sure that what you prioritize is the ability to always deliver value to the customer. And that's a key and fundamental difference in how we actually operationalize that. So what Y really does is it changes everything about how we organize things. It changes what the finish line is, because one is a cost-cutting exercise and the other is going to cut costs, but it's going to do so in a way that doesn't compromise consumers. One is a project, the other is a mission. One is about creating advantage that's sustainable and strategic, and the other is about creating a capability. This is a key difference that we're looking at. So how do we ask the right why? That's one of the things that I've been working on quite a bit recently, is how to ask the right why and what we need to do to make that happen. And what I would argue is that to do that, we need to look at people who are the best in the world at asking the question, why? And those are venture capital companies, right? So you can kind of see some logos there of Kleiner Perkins, Sequoia, of those kinds of companies. And they professionally ask why. And when we look at this, a very simplified view of how they look at the world and figure out who they're going to invest in is this 2x2 of resilience and relevance, right? Relevance being very much, are you able to deliver something to your audience, to your customers, that would truly benefit them, that they don't know they need right now? Are you solving an unmet goal? Are you doing something different that they're going to want and desire? And the next one being resilience. Do you have the right team to make it happen? Is the team all working together in a way that's going to make this happen in a cost-effective way? Do you have technology that's going to give you an advantage along the way? These are the things that work. And when those things align, those are the businesses that really form the future. Now, from our perspective, as an agency, as a multinational agency that works with a lot of large global corporates, we have to cater for different needs as well, because most of the businesses we work with, there are preconceived notions of the value that those businesses are going to bring. And so I would add another element, which is reciprocity, right? So that is the value exchange that exists between your business and between the end customer. So is the consumer going to work with you because they see the value that you bring, and what are you going to get in exchange? And sometimes that exchange might be money. At other times, that exchange might just be getting data or something like that so you can personalize your messaging. The value exchange doesn't have to be cash or elements like that. It just has to be reciprocal so that both sides feel the benefit that comes out of it. And what we see is that when this happens and when we prioritize those three things, we see real benefits. So Deloitte tells us that customer-centric businesses are much more profitable. McKinsey tells us that digitally mature businesses see greater revenue growth. And Edelman tells us that the consumers are going to favor the brands that are seen and are felt to be delivering real value even through difficult times. So we can see how by partnering these three things together, we get a different kind of advantage. Now, the interesting thing about that is to do that, to bring those three things together, we need to break down the silos of our business in service of the customer. So relevance is typically owned by our product and marketing team, who are expert in the customer. Resilience is typically the function of our technology and operations teams. They support colleagues around our business. And reciprocity, that is typically dealt with by sales and customer service. They're focused on building the bridges and the connections that exist between us and our customers and making those connections something that lasts. So when we look at things, it's only by building those types of coalitions that we can really drive real value and where we really see the impact of that. And I would say that when we bring those three things together, not with a model where one is consulted, but truly as a coalition of equals who are all fighting for one similar goal, what we see is something that we like to call human-centric transformation. This isn't business transformation, this isn't marketing transformation, this isn't digital transformation. This is human-centric transformation, and this is because we're putting the people at the heart of what we do, and we're going to see what kind of and what that brings is advantages that we just showed, but also it brings advantages in terms of the adoption of the new tools that you put in place and the impact it has with your end customer. So how do you do that, and how do you succeed with human-centric transformation? I would argue that first and foremost is that everybody has to believe in what you're doing. Right? I've put up a slide here that says be clear about your purpose, and I'm showing a slide which is Ariel, which obviously they had a campaign based out of India called Share the Load, which was a very purposeful brand message. But when I say be clear about your purpose, it doesn't always have to be a brand message. It can be very much just a business message, and looking at the types of messages that businesses like Microsoft are talking about how they're going to operationalize, connect the world, and drive a future based on AI. These kinds of purposes, but what they have to be is a purpose that can unite a number of different teams, a number of different people with a higher vision, so everybody knows what it is that they're working so hard for, what it is that they're fighting for. I've said already we need to build coalitions, right? This is about reaching higher heights. This is about achieving goals that one team couldn't achieve on their own. Typically speaking, right now, we see a lot of transformation programs where transformation is put in the hands of the CTO or the CIO, and they run forward and they move forward with the technology, and they might say that it's customer-centric, but very few occasions really is that an easy thing to do. They are prioritizing, as their job should have them prioritize, the technology. And the challenge with that is that one of the failures that we see is oftentimes technology gets deployed, but the adoption of that technology is quite low. So all of a sudden, the teams that need to run and operate that technology, the marketing teams, these teams, they all of a sudden have these new tools, but they haven't changed their processes. They haven't adapted the types of content they're going to put together. So they continue to do things the same way, using these more modern tools, but it still looks the same to the end consumer, and so there's very little impact net on the bottom line, on sales or on whatever the other KPIs are for the business. And so CFOs, who obviously funded and financed these transformation programs, then look at them and go, we're not getting what we need. And to unlock that value, to unlock the value of the business, what we really need is adoption to be moving at the same pace as technology delivery. For technology delivery to be thinking at the same pace as the types of insights that are generated at a culture speed, not at a technology speed, not at a business speed. And that puts whole new stresses and challenges on the business. But if we organize ourselves around these coalitions, what we find is the businesses that do that are hugely successful in driving that kind of change. We want to prioritize motivation and not just ability, right? And what that means, the image is a book by a professor at Stanford University in the United States called B.J. Fogg. And he's done a huge amount of research into what gets people to actually do something that they might not want to do, like quit smoking when they want to, but it's a hard thing to do, etc. And what we find is that this is hugely important in business. When we talk about things like adoption, you've got teams that have probably worked the same way for 10 years, 15 years, and now you're asking them to adopt a new process and do something different. That's a hard thing to ask people to do. This man has done a lot of research into how to make that work and understanding what are the triggers that motivate someone and how we actually do that. So how do we create high motivation, but then also look at making something very easy to do. So when we think about how we deliver this type of technology, we want to make sure that we are creating systems that are just as much considering the experience for our colleagues as they are for the people in the rest of the world. That's not going to be easy, right? That's not going to be an easy task. And so we need to recognize that there's going to be failures, there's going to be problems, there's going to be challenges, and we need to celebrate those. Because what we want to make sure of is that people aren't afraid of that adoption. People aren't afraid to use the new tools, try the new method, do what's right. It's not all going to work perfectly, but we need to incentivize that pathway. And by incentivizing that and celebrating the successes and the failures, we remove the fear of trying out the new tools. We remove the fear of using these technologies. And what you see is an accelerated speed to value. You see the businesses that do that really capture value at a much quicker pace and ultimately succeed in the long run. Obviously, doing that is easier said than done. And so we need to lead from the top. And I think there's probably no one in the world better than Jack Ma, having really illustrated what that means, of presenting that vision, leading from the top, and talking about how that vision cascades at every stage of an organization. And when you've seen the growth that they've had, the understanding of why that's an imperative is pretty clear. And the last one that I would argue is really important for human-centric transformation is a cultural belief. And that is an adoption of a belief that transformation is never done. This is not a process where we're going to put new technology in and everything's going to be done and then we'll be ready for the future. That just leads to our having another problem a little bit further down the line. I said at the very beginning, the pace of change is going faster than ever. So what we really need to do is adopt a belief that the pace of change is always going to continue. So we need to be continuously changing in order to keep up with that pace of change, in order to keep up with our consumer, in order to stay one step ahead, in order to be the infinite waterfall that you see in that picture, and to make that happen. And by adopting those 6 things, sorry, not 3, I usually speak in 3s, my bad. But by adopting those 6 things, what we see is an opportunity to deliver a human-centric transformation that delivers the kind of growth rates that I showed at the beginning of this presentation. The 65% improvement in revenues that you see as being made possible, or the 65% greater profitability that you see from businesses that are customer-centric, the greater growth rates that are made possible and margins that are made possible from digitally mature companies, and the type of customer lifetime value that's made possible by customers that really show reciprocity in everything they do. Hopefully, those lessons are things that you can take to heart. I think that they, and from my experience, the brands that do that really see a differential in the success of the transformation programs that they run. And with that, I'd like to thank you all very much for your time today, and wish you well. Goodbye, DigiAsia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pannon.
Thank you, Justin. I think all of you have learned a lot from our keynote presentations. We're going to take a very short break of 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, please come back to your seat because we're going to have a panel discussion afterwards. See you later. Thank you.
是的，现场所有的嘉宾。
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion will begin in 1 minute. I want to thank all the experts for participating in the forum today. I see that you're taking the opportunity for networking. We'll have more time after the forum. So now please take your seats in 1 minute. Our panel discussion will begin. Thank you.
好的，那么今天我们的座谈会即将在。
Our panel discussion will begin in 30 minutes. 30 seconds. May I invite all the panelists and all the participants to come into the forum. So we have invited Mr. Paul Tsai, the CEO of Eastern Online, to open the panel discussion. Now may I invite all the participants to give a big round of applause to welcome Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So this panel discussion should be a very relaxing one, but I'm making myself very nervous. So actually, before the panel discussion, I would like to share a few data with you. So I want to let you know about this data. So we have been tracking the spending situation for Taiwan for the past 32 years. From January this year, we have been tracking how COVID-19 has affected Taiwan. And afterwards, we organized 2 focus groups. So before I share the data, I want to let you know that after COVID-19, so people are thinking very differently about the world. We have a different world view. So from this survey, we can see that for Taiwan people's idea toward US, Europe, and Japan are very different from before. So in terms of brands, people are paying more attention to brands that are friendly to the environment. And also in terms of work-life balance, the respondents feel that only people who sell their time to work think about work-life balance because they think now work and life are intertwined. And also people think that they can find their second life on the internet. Everybody is created equal on the internet. And we see that people have been talking about the performance costs ratio. So people started to now pay attention to finding higher value, with the same costs. So people pay attention to values attached to preserving your health. And also people pay more attention to the CSR of an enterprise. And also people now have different concepts toward the function of space. So now your colleagues may work in the cafe or they may work on the go. So the definition of space is very different now. So I want to share 10 key considerations in the pandemic. 86% of families in Taiwan are facing multiple sources of pressure. For example, they are worried about their income. And they want to see more excitement in their life, in their family life. So now actually only 10% of people work from home. So compared to other countries, people have less pressure from working from home. So compared to other countries, there's the divorce rate due to domestic violence is not that high. And we can see some behavioral changes. For example, for entertainment, investment, money management, and continued learning. So we can see there are some differences here. So after COVID-19, we see that now people want to improve their family function. They want to have better entertainment facilities at home. And we see younger people compare with older people. They want to be able to optimize the family functions. And also now people pay attention to their health. Now, after the pandemic, people want to maintain good, immunity. So health is now placed as a top priority. So we can see immunity, your metabolism, these are very important concerns for consumers. And a few years back, people talk about, little happiness in our daily life. So in the past, we have a negative connotation when we talk about the so-called little happiness. However, now we see that people are thinking more positively towards little happiness because people want to have, little joy every day. So it's important for us to be able to, enjoy good food, take photos of food, and go shopping. So this is what different from before. And next, in the past, we saw data. We feel that, with new technology, you get new knowledge. With new knowledge, you get new money. So in the past, we can see older people have more money. However, they are not as technology savvy. However, young people do not have that much wealth. However, during the pandemic, things have changed because resources have been, reallocated. And we see now older consumers have become more technology savvy than before. And we see two sets of data. For Taiwan, in the future, Taiwan will become more digitalized as a society. And we can expect to see that the conflict between the younger and the senior generations will become more apparent. So from 51% of consumers from age 50 to 59 years old, they feel that now they are more technology savvy. So we can see Instagram users, 80% of Instagram users are younger people. So here we can see a list of different social media. And for Instagram, and also for podcasts. Later, we will show you more data that more and more the users are younger people. So for Instagram, now we see younger people use less of Facebook because their parents use Facebook a lot. So between younger generation and the senior generation, there is a big gap. So for younger people, they like to have their own social media. And we see the change of the influence of social media. We can see Cai Aga is a very important influencer. However, now the influencer of YouTubers are decreasing. So we can see the stickiness to YouTubers is decreasing. And there are not many stellar YouTubers in society because there are so many influencers out there. It's hard for one YouTuber to get a lot of attention and a lot of followers. So from this data, you can see that for entertainment and for shopping, these kind of applications are very popular. And there are more enterprise level applications. So this is a very important message for us to take notice of. So in the era of OMO, online merge offline, we can see that this is getting more and more important. We can see that now less than 50% of transactions are done with cash. So I think the cashless society is now beginning to form. So now people in Taiwan carry less than $1,000 in cash with them. So we track how much cash you have in your wallet. So this can help us to predict the coming of a cashless society. So these are some of the data that I wanted to share with you about the changes in the Taiwanese society in terms of our consumption patterns. So with that, I'm closing my opening remarks. Thank you. Well, thank you, Paul, for your presentation. So we're going to begin our panel discussion. So we're honored to invite our moderator and panelists. So our moderator is Eric Chen, the CEO of McCann Taiwan. And then we're going to introduce our three panelists. First of all, let's welcome Michael D., the CCO of United Communication Group. Gary Chi, CEO of Isobar Taiwan. And then Kelly Huang, CEO of Omnicom Media Group. So I would like to invite Paul to come back to the stage. So he'll be right out. Let's wait for Paul. So I'm happy to see so many CEOs in the venue. The four of them are from different fields. The one in a red cap, our most senior, I shouldn't say, but the most experienced expert, Michael from United Communication Gap, and then Gary from Isobar, Kelly from Omnicom, and also Paul from Eastern Online. So I arrived after noontime. I saw a lot of impacts created by COVID. There are some good news as well as some challenges. So in September this year, we can see that the government expected the GDP growth this year will be 1.6%. And for next year's GDP, they expect it to be 3.6 to 3.9%. So it's quite optimistic. However, for other countries, their expectations are not that optimistic, especially now we're seeing the second wave of the outbreak of the pandemic. So what have we been learning? How are we going to face up the challenges that will be coming next year? Because, this is a time of uncertainties. So in Taiwan, how can we be more prepared in different industries? So my first question is for Michael. From creativity, from the perspective of creativity, with the impact of COVID-19, the development of creativity, what kind of changes will you expect to see in its formality? So we talk about the new normal. For the development of creativity, we see changes of media, changes in the environment, changes of technology. From the perspective of creativity, what will our new normal be? I thought that the new normal is that we won't need to use the microphone anymore. So we talk about, like changing transformation in, along with the time. So I think this is a new normal. We will be facing different challenges, different changes. So from the creativity perspective, so COVID-19 is one of the pandemics, in history. So in COVID-19, people are isolated, people are quarantined. So when we talk about brands and customers, distance has become a challenge. So with distance in place, how can we, remain intimate? How can we remain close? So that is a challenge that we have to face. Although we have a lot of technologies to use, however, mentally, when we are faced with anxiety or loneliness, how can you maximize the power of the brand and then to engage with customers? Although you are physically distant, you have to feel that you are close mentally, psychologically. So lots of brands are thinking about this. For example, like Burger King. They taught people how to make their Whopper at home. So they care their customers first. They are not telling about, selling hamburgers, deliver hamburgers to the homes. So I think enterprises have to care, to show care first, so that you can, get closer with your customers. So I think after the COVID, that you will be able to recover more quickly and stronger. So I think there's a lot of changes in terms of creativity. So lots of people in Taiwan still work in office. So like my company, I feel that, my creative people don't like to work from home because they want a lot of interaction. They have to get access to files, to, like digital assets, to a lot of things. So in Taiwan, of course, not a lot of people are working from home, but we can see that creativity happens when people interact, brainstorm with other people. So lots of things cannot be changed in its essence. So from the perspective of the media, so I want, Kelly to let us know that from the perspective of media, there's a lot of change. So in your investment, in your ad spend, what changes have you seen?
It's difficult to predict anything this year. Some of you in this room are probably from the media. What customers want you to do is probably using the past experience to predict what's going to happen in the future. COVID-19 is a risk that cannot be predicted. And in the future, maybe 3 months later, 6 months later, 9 months later, we don't know what's going to happen. From the presentations today, we know that the lifestyle or behaviors of the consumers have changed. In the past, the behaviors or decision-making process happen at the distribution channel, but now the decision-making process is made at home. And we see the emergence of food delivery services. We see the emergence of
e-commerce, people tend to focus on spending time using the entertainment sources online. We see even gym workout, they are using applications online. So this is something that are less discussed or covered by media. Now we have to analyze, and very soon we have to make decision what's going to happen, what we're going to do in 3 months or 6 months' time. So for media strategy, we have to be able to solve the problems in our plate right now. For brands, it is risky for brands to transform at time of risk. But if a brand has been ready to transform, then this is a good opportunity for them. So we talk about new normal. It means that we cannot go back to the past. We cannot turn the clock back on. We can never go back to the way we are used to. Now a new era has come, and the new generation of consuming behavior has born. So we have to be able to reach the consumers, understanding their behaviors. And now creativity, just like Michael said, is very important. How you can demonstrate the values of your brand plus some responsibility. So you apply creativity, and also you have to show your goodwill to the consumers, and consumers will feel that. After COVID-19 pandemic, it actually accelerates the transformation of digitization or digital transformation. We know that from the perspective of media or from the perspective of creativity, speed and time have become very important. And sometimes speed and time actually conflict with brand because, for example, if we want to have a variety of messages, and it's possible that it will compromise the value of your brand. So my question is for Gary, from your perspective, how do we control that? The way we operate now when we're, what is our new normal when we're working with our clients? This year, I think we're very lucky here in Taiwan. I think probably the second quarter of the year, and we are very much affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in the second quarter. So what our customers did was to save money because nobody knew what is going to happen in the future. But now we see that most of the industries, unless you're in transportation industry or tourism industry. Actually, I heard a lot of customers from different industries. They actually have rocket high sales. There are a number of reasons that cause the sales performance. Number one, stay-at-home economy, and number two, our customers, many of them, they are integrating the O2O, online and offline sales. And I know that the automobile industry enjoys good sales this year. And from our perspective, and also we're conducting digital marketing, I think that there is a typical struggle that stands out. I think Michael will feel the same way. When we discuss brand and performance, we could spend a lot of time discussing with our customers, telling them that when you want to run your brand, what are the things that you have to put in mind. And also we look at media performance and the actual the effectiveness. Maybe we see the how many customers, after they see your ads, how many of them become your members. This is the performance figures we're looking at. And now, as an agency, we want to strike a balance because we see many examples. E-commerce is very important. But at the end of the day, you see that the e-commerce is actually having a high cost. So brand, the value of brand, is very important for consumer when they are making their decision to buy. So in the process, what the customers was expecting, that they were expecting the marketing can accelerate the sales. But now customers, they are having even higher expectation. There are more and more customers, especially we see the growing demand in, for example, number one, e-commerce. Many brands are expecting high expectations for e-commerce. In the past, customers will provide a link to their official website, official portal, or another link to e-commerce portal, because we control the pandemic very well. So we see the increase of O2O demand. And now we also see the increasing demand in data. So how the transformation, how the data can be collected. So the customers, they are expecting a lot from us. They are expecting a lot of answers provided by advertising agency. Now we have a lot of new technologies, and we don't really have the right answer. What is the best solution for the customer? And the customer is giving us the opportunity to try different things, because we're having an unprecedented situation. And I think this is a good era, and we can encourage the customer, and together we can have some new creative products and a creative process as well. Thank you, Gary. So under the pandemic, how can we execute the brand? How can we discuss? From what perspective we can discuss? So what Justin said, what impresses me was that creating value is very important. So trading existing value instead of creating value. So Justin said that also stresses the importance of existing customer. Now, because of the pandemic, we are now focusing on what we have now from our existing customers and how we can create more value based on the existing resources we have. And last, I would like to ask Kelly, we discussed 10 important trends. And from what you observe, from the perspective of a survey or your observation of the consumers, is there anything that you can add on? Well, the question is for Paul. We see two trends in the changing consumer behaviors. So in the past, for marketing, it has to do with the scenario and has to do with the event. And before the pandemic, a lot of times, if you want to participate in the event, you have to physically be there. But now it can be, now a lot of people participate in online event. And especially now Taiwan is developing smart cities. We see a lot of different values. And now we're stressing on the concept of value mileage. And a lot of companies, they are forming the new concept and new values because of the mobile applications. And now we are also discussing the connection of different platforms. I used to work in advertisement company, and you have to be very sensitive, because if you connect different platforms, you can form an ecosystem. On the other hand, the customers and the flow of customers, the money flow, the information flow, everything is going to be accelerated. So because they flow so quickly, so every element is reorganizing at any time. So one day, your enemy can be your collaborator. So you're facing a the situation that is changing very fast, and we see two convenience stores. The two dominant convenience chain stores here in Taiwan, from their growth, and you will be able to see the trend. Yes, because the theme today, we just have to change based on the changes we observe. And I think no matter what industry you're in, this is the challenge we have to face. And the next question is, how do we respond to these changes? How do we forecast what's going to happen in the next year, and how do we respond to these changes? Kelly? Well, next year, probably starting from now, a very important homework we have to do as an advertisement player. A very important touch point is that you have to be trustable, because now our customers are looking at business results and media results. They're branding driven, they're business driven. So how do you find a positioning that can really demonstrate the value of your brand? This is something that is not going to change. What is going to change is that the media you choose, whether the media choose, the type of media you choose, can really help you to demonstrate the value of your brand. There are a lot of media to choose, social media, TV media, a lot of different media. So for our clients, they are very cautious about the media they choose. And secondly, you have to be very agile and flexible. And in the past, we have a fixed schedule for budget. But now, we have to be more flexible, and we have to evaluate at any time whether we have to make any adjustment to our sources. For example, what kind of messages we want to deliver, and we have to be able to be agile. And thirdly, short-term, long-term strategy. And there is a difference between strategy and tactics. For the long term, the brand has certain value to deliver, but in face of different crises, you just have to adjust your tactics, and you have to do it very quickly. And when you see the result, you make the changes in time. So I think that is a very clear trend, especially in 2020. You have to face the changes around you and be responsive very quickly and very precisely. Yes, I think variety is also a key. We have seen a lot of data in 2019, and all the digital advertisement, 36.6 resources went into social media. So including Facebook, Instagram, and for other social media. And half of them is put in KOL. So we see a lot of changes happen in the past year, and we're going to see the changes continue to come next year. So my question is for Michael. We see a very clear trend, and how we can what do you think in terms of how we can really develop our creativity? Yes, creativity, we have to work together with media. Yes, the changes happen more and more quickly. The pace of change is becoming quicker. And just like what Kelly just said, I really agree. Now we see different scenarios. When you are in one field, a lot of things are happening at the same time, not only in this field, and in other fields as well. I think put the resources very precisely in the right media. That is the right thing to do. You can communicate with your consumers, your target audience. But no matter how precise you are, it is not possible for you to cover everything. So a successful creative idea is that you have to think how you can create a topic that make people talk. So the consumers are willing to share your ideas, to discuss the ideas you presented. So you have to have the ability to create a topic. And in terms of creativity, you have to be able to follow the latest trend. When something happens, will you be able to help your customers to respond very quickly and to catch up with the trend, to catch up with the topic, so that you're in the topic and the people can discuss your brand, or people will pay attention to your brand. Now, with the evolution of media, I think it is more and more challenging. So the challenge here is to whether you have the ability to create a topic that people discuss.
Thank you, Michael. He really moved me by his first statement. Of course, creativity has to work with media. Media is like a locomotive. You have to know first the touch points with media, and you develop your creativity. In the past, we did it backward. But now we have to change the way we do businesses. That is why Michael can work as a CCO in a company. Really, you are ahead of everyone of us. So now I want to ask Gary, next year for agencies, with this kind of model, how will agencies respond to the challenge of the future of next year? I think the pandemic has accelerated this situation, but brands are very different from before. In the past, we try to, amplify the effect through media. But in addition to this, we have a very important role to play. We have to help our customers to cultivate their own customers. We talk about direct to customers. I think along with the improvement of technology, that is something very different. Our clients used to only, cultivate their own brands, and they will have their channels to cultivate their customers. So they are still not able to, reach their end customers. However, if you look at the USA, the Nike and L'Oreal, we look at these large brands, during the pandemic, their stock prices are still very high because they have transformed themselves to cultivate their own customers. They have their own e-commerce presence. They have their direct-to-customer approach. So from an agency's point of view, from a brand marketing point of view, as an agency, there are more things that we can do. For example, we used to do a campaign. I focus on, the social media. I want to bring in traffic for my customers. Some of the, traffic goes to their website, go to, app download, or they become their members. So with this kind of members, they can create more transactions. So that's how we create values. In the past, we have different channels. The channels are, Carrefour or Watsons. However, if I can create more end customers for my clients, they can create value out of these end customers so that we can help our clients to maintain, to retain existing customer, because it's cheaper to retain existing customers than acquiring new ones. So I think as an agency, we have more opportunities. And I think that we are seeing a challenge here, which is the shortage of talents in the industry. So when we talk about, social media talent, well, in the past, we focus more on TV ads. However, social media, we pay less attention to social media. But this is just one of the examples. So there are a lot of YouTubers, a lot of young people. I think they are more professional than us. We see influencer marketing well, they generate very good sales. So I think that if we want to help our clients to cultivate more end customers, that means we have to be able to identify good talent to join us so that we can create a more comprehensive service. So I think that is how we can revive the role of an agency. Well, thank you, Gary. He said two things that are very important. Agencies have to transform as well. Well, I don't like, we are categorized into different companies. That there are PR companies, there are agencies, but I think this kind of, categorization is out of date because as a company, we have to provide a total solution to our clients so that we'll be able to survive. So in terms of talent, you have to, have, right-branded, left-branded people. So you have to be able to identify insight from reports and develop your creativity. And now I want to ask Paul, can you give us a conclusion? What is a suggestion from, perspective of industry? What do you suggest? We continue to do consumer research for our clients. I think D2C will be a very important trend. I think companies know a lot about their clients, and then as an agency or a creative agency, no matter what name you carry, you have to think about your future value so that you'll be able to survive in the future. So for my company, we know that 5G and AIoT are the future trends. I think in the future, the delivery of data will be faster, and clients have their own data over their customers. So we talk about, businesses will know more about their customers than you do. So when we talk about B2C, because of AIoT, because 5G, that will create a lot of impact to our industry. And also a problem that we're facing. I never pay attention to the changes of conventions, but I have to remind you that it's important to manage foreign exchange. So now New Taiwan dollars is very strong versus US dollars. So if that continue to be the trend, then our profits will be eroded. Well, thank you, Paul, for your sharing. So better operation, controlling, marketing, comprehensive or an agency that can provide a total solution. So, well, with that, I'm closing my panel. So I think we run out of time. I will now open the floor for a question. Thank you very much. Please give that a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank all the panelists for your participation. So let's work together and make new future happen. So 2020 DigiAsia has come to an end. So we will meet again in 2022. So in 10 minutes, we will begin the Taiwan Ad Festival. In 15 minutes, we will have a awarding ceremony and a lot of performances. I hope that you can stay with us to watch the performances brought by different groups. So thank you for coming. Thank you. See you. Bye bye.
这里想要提醒呢，现场有在活动开始之前有租借口译设备的伙伴们，那么在离场的时候，请记得将我们的口译设备来做归还。再过10分钟，今天第15届台湾广告节马上就会正式的跟大家见面。